You know what? Damn, my mic was muted. My mic was muted. All right. Y'all know the routine. Cajun Coin Hunter here, aka Boudreaux. Okay. I was talking with my mic muted. So I did 710 is oil. Boom. There you go. All right. Princess Jamie's in the house. UFO Mon Ami finally caught the live stream. Princess Jamie, okay, 710, 710. Anthony Robles might not have a good connection though. Yeah, I think I had a bad connection just now. Uh, Dirk Jason Hall, ED, laissez le bon temps rouler. That's right. And in French, that means he said, let the good times roll. Yeah, ED laissez. Yeah, he said it. Uh, let's see who else we got in here. And I think, oh, well, we got Brian Kitchens
What's
is in
up?
the house. What's going on, Monsieur
How you
Brian?
guys doing?
Brian's World and Mechanics. If y'all
Yes,
want
sir.
to
Yes,
talk
sir.
small engines and tools, that's one, or big engines, not small engines, big engines and tools. That's
Yeah,
the
oh,
guy
yeah.
you want to talk to. How's your building going? Are you, did you get your building to open your shop up yet?
no, no, that place was an absolute mess.
Oh, oh, big mess.
way
Some clock,
and,
some,
and way too much money for way too little building.
and in French we call that a tracas.
Yeah, they wanted
And
way
in
too
Spanish that would be no bueno. Okay,
exactly.
now we got Monsieur
What's up, Hector?
Hector's coin and interest up here. What's going on, mi amigo? Mon ami.
Pues bien, gracias a todos. How you doing?
Oh man.
Bien, 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 bien bon.
Good. Well, when Ed started talking about jack of all trades and all that, it reminded me when I was started teaching in 1998. There was Mr. Martin. He was the shop teacher at my first middle school, and that man knew everything about welding, electrical, carpentry, automotive, small engines. I mean, this guy was a real tool guy. And when he retired 3 years later, after 3 years, they closed the shop. And he knew that the shop was to be closed as soon as he retired. And man, that shop
No,
had years and years of stuff in there.
yeah, they've taken all the trades out of schools. I mean, they don't care
Yeah.
about trades anymore in school.
Actually, my school district in this area, they actually built a technology school where it's computers, IT systems, car shop, carpentry, cabinets, more math related to the trades. And they just finished building it in June, and it's going to open this September. But
Yeah.
they spent buku bucks. I mean a lot of
Your
money.
school is one of the few.
Well, they have to because in this area it's so agricultural. You know, we have a lot of the kids that are working the fields. They're
Right.
diesel mechanics. They're truck drivers. They're husbandry. They're all the combines they work on. All the different
Kaboom! We got a
machinery.
$10 super chat from Santiago Aguilar. How you doing, mon ami? Appreciate that.
That's great, Jamie. That's I like to see. I mean, we had a few girls that started in the tech classes, and they were kind of, why are you here? Girls not supposed to be. I said, that's crazy. I mean, you see in the military, all you see is aviation mechanics, and you turn around, all of a sudden they got a nice figure compared to the guy next to him. So they're not males.
There was a girl when I had went to trade school for carpentry just to get my master's degree in it, and I was already a carpenter, my dad, but Dad said, get the piece of paper, okay, to show, to actually show that, you are a master carpenter. And they had a girl over there that was in diesel mechanics. She showed up faithfully every day, 10 minutes before class started and all that. 10 minutes before. And she opened up her own shop, diesel mechanic shop. Oh, yeah. So, she had the heart, the kahunas, the guns, the gunnos, yeah. She had all that, made good money too. And she retired, her kids own the shop now. Well, I think they're still in business. That was like 10 years ago.
Well, like I said, when I opened my shop, you know what? As long as the young lady, middle-aged lady, whatever, has the credentials and the tools for the trade, she's as welcome in my shop as any guy is.
That's it.
And,
That's it.
and,
Like
and
Princess
I don't
Jamie.
mean, and I don't mean that the guys don't have to have the credentials. The hell they don't.
Mm-hmm.
They better have the credentials and the tools just as well. So,
right. Well, I wish you were down here opening up a shop, Brian, because I would lease a little, like a 20 by say 20 area of it from you, from a small engine business. I would build my own workbench, counter, have my tools up there, everything nice and neat. There's a place for everything. Everything has its place and all that. And, that's kind of what I'm looking for now to get out of my small shop, which we have the big shop, okay? But there's no room in that thing. There's no room at all in that onboard shop over there. It's just too crowded, We can't even put a riding lawnmower or a push lawnmower, That's how crowded it is, Hey, Dipper. Hey, Cajun. Did you know Anthony Red Way of Life? Anthony Red Way of Life. I know a few Anthonys. But Dipper, that kind of sounds familiar. Hey, Scott, what's going on, mon ami? Kaboom! Welcome to the live stream. That name rings a bell, Dipper. What happened? Yeah, when somebody says, "Hey, Cajun, did you know?" That's the key word. Did you know? That scared me a couple times already. It did. And it was always like, did you know? That's not good news. Well, I mean, it means, did you know him? I'm like, oh, I think the worst,
He passed today.
Okay.
God.
He passed away today. Okay. I want to say that rings a bell. Hector, did you know him?
No, but when it says the last part of his name, it rings a bell. But it's been such a long time. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Which I know he's not talking about Redneck Stack. Anthony Redway of Life. It rings a bell, but okay. But I was gonna say, boy, I don't know if it's YouTube or on the StreamYard side or the internet, but I do see myself kind of lagging just a little bit. And if y'all see it, y'all let me know, please.
Yeah, not my side, not yet.
Yeah, well, because you on the StreamYard side, that's why. StreamYard is different than the
that's the case.
Anyway, Princess Jamie, look, when she was a little girl, her grandpa taught her mechanics and engines and stuff. So yeah, that girl right there, and I'm gonna call her a girl, because she's a girl mechanic, or a lady. I'm not gonna call her a woman.
Hey, dude.
She's a girl, okay, a tomboy and all that. So, hey.
No, David, I just can't watch StreamYards.
Her grandpa taught her, and she had the gist and the gumption to keep it going. Angels or We Nursery. How you doing? Yep, a long time no see. David Carlisle, my Bama bro. Anthony Cantor. Anthony Cantor.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Ah, no. Oh, wait a minute. His wife was Donna. Wife was Donna.
How you doing,
I'm
Danny?
gonna have to do some investigation. You're gonna have to give me some more information on that in the email, Dipper. Please give me more information on that. Because my cousin Donna, she died, and I did a auction for funeral expenses, but her last name wasn't Cantor. I mean, you know, her born name was a Primo, unless she changed it. And then there was her husband, and oh boy, I forgot his name. I hope that's not who you're talking about. I seen you on their channel, on his channel before. All right, just send me a link in the email to the channel if you don't mind. He lived in DeRidder. Oh, okay. What, DeRidder, Louisiana? I know a few people over there. Big Lou Barbecue, and that bunch. And I've got some kinfolk. You know, I got some cousins in DeRidder, but they're all primos. All primos.
Brian, do you have any other places and locations you're going to be checking out?
Man, I'm telling you, it's such a pain in the butt.
Really?
Oh man, I got like 3 agents looking for me right now, trying to find something.
3
I went and
agents?
looked I went and looked at a place yesterday morning,
Uh-huh.
and those fools. It was a small 3-bay shop, and the EPA, if they would have walked into the back of that place where all the dirt was at, I would have been, they would have lit that place up, and they wanted $3,500 a month with a triple in of $456 a month. So basically about $4,000 a month for this place.
What do they want that amount at the end?
It's basically the owners are not picking up any of the responsibilities as far as property tax and stuff. That's the tenant's responsibility.
So they dumped all the oils and all the chemicals in their back.
Yeah. They were just dumping, and there was parts everywhere and everything else. And the problem is in Chula Vista, if the Chula Vista Fire Department or if the EPA would have walked in there and seeing how I would end up taking on all the responsibility, I would have been responsible for all the fines and the cleanup of that mess. And I don't think so.
Yeah, there's a gas station right downtown here, and the guy tried to buy it, and he was telling me he's a friend of mine. Actually, he's just an acquaintance, but I've known him for a long time. The tanks were not double lined, and he wanted to buy the place, which is a great place because he wanted to make a drive-through mini grocery. Just the bread, milk, stuff stuff that you'd have to get in a rush.
Convenience store,
yeah. And it was a drive-through. Actually, he was a drive-through one, and it had pumps on it too. They took the pumps out years ago, but they never took the tanks out. And the person who owned it never took the tanks out, never cleaned it up, and they can't sell it because it's so expensive to do the cleanup that it's not worth buying.
You basically level the place, and the place sits vacant for 20 years, waiting for the ground to. I worked in the gas business for 10 years, and
I was gonna say that, Brian. If you would have opened that place up, and the EPA would have seen that backyard, your back lot or whatever, full of oil or whatever, oil saturated, they'd have hit you up for one of them super fund things.
Oh, they would have made
you'd have to pay your butt off. They would have blamed it all on you. And
they would have made me dig it all up and everything. Well,
all you got to do is dig up 3 feet up.
Depends on the contamination depth.
Yeah, it does. It's 3 feet. It's 3 feet at the lowest level of contamination.
Right.
Right.
So
right. 3
if the
feet a
contamination
minute.
is 6 feet, you have to dig 9 feet.
The developer here in town bought a old salvage yard, wrecking yard, whatever you call it, but it's been gone for like 30 years.
A
And the guy
junkyard,
had, he had to scrape at least 8 feet
yeah.
at certain spots because it was so bad that he had to go 3 feet below that. So he had to dig 11 feet underground, and that was hard pan. I mean,
Well, on top of that, what she told me was, we will clean it up when you get it. Now, I got there at 9:30 in the morning. I was there for a half an hour. I had 2 other people with me that went with me to look at the place. I said, yeah, this place is a mess. And she's like, it'll be all cleaned up, it'll be all ready. When you take over, it'll be spotless. I was like, all right, roger that. And we talked some numbers, and she had broken English. And I thought I heard her say $855 a month. And I was like, wow. I was like, I want to pay that up front now. And then I started talking to her through emails, and she broke it down to me. And within an hour and a half of us leaving there, supposedly she'd already had a second individual interested in it, and they were going to take it as is. And I told her, I was like, you know what, for that price, and they want it as is, they can have it. Enjoy.
So you got
Hector, those are girls are.
What you laughing at, Hector?
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife about her walking with a friend of hers, and she was helping. They walked to get ice cream, and she had to help almost take care of her friend's grandkids at the same time. I said, "That'll teach you."
Oh, okay. Hey, Anthony, I sent you a email, brother. In some areas, the water table is really shallow than a total can of worms. Yeah.
I did hazardous waste for the Navy for 5 years. Hazardous cleanup and waste in Kuwait, and that was a complete nightmare there. And so I'm
that's when Red Abear went over there to put out the fire or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, Red Adair out of Texas and Red Abear out of Lafayette. Them 2 guys. Yeah, that's Red Adair and Red Abear. They got they put out the fires, oil wells, and stuff like that.
Yep.
Dirk,
but
Jason
we did. Hold on, Hector. 1 second.
Sure.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I've been wanting to say this for a couple of minutes. When I owned my first truck with a dump trailer on it, first 18-wheeler, we did a hazardous cleanup job. It was they called it hazard. There wasn't nothing wrong with that dirt. It was a oil well site. They had the drilling rig there, and then they had the well, pumping oil in the tanks and all that with a levee around it and everything. And they never had an oil spill, a water leak, salt water, because every time you have an oil well or gas well, you're going to have salt water coming out, and that goes in the tank. And then vacuum trucks, they come out and suck the salt water out of the tanks, and then they go put it into a disposal well, injection well, to put salt water back in the ground. And the company I was leased to, Acadian Contractors, they had the dragline operator, which was Holman Nugent. Oh man, that's the smoothest dragline operator I ever seen. It's a crane, like a LS98 or whatever, with a tall boom on it, long boom. But he has a drag bucket, and then they have a line cable coming from a spool right there next to him that controls the bottom of the bucket. And he drag lines that, drags with that big 3-yard bucket, and then he dumps it in our trucks, you know, and we were getting the top soil off of that site. We went down 3 feet. That's what EPA said, 3 feet. And I think that was one of them super funded things from that era. You know, I mean, man, that was a big ripoff to the taxpayers right there, and to the people that own property. They made the people that own the property pay like $5 million, and they didn't even make but 100,000 on whatever they were doing with it, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, that was just outrageous right there. So, but we had to dig down 3 foot. I think we went 3.5 feet just to make sure, because the EPA was there with their testers checking the soil. So we just went an extra 6 to 8 inches, and we were hauling that to Campbell Well Service, which was we had to dump. We had to watch how we dumped with them long trailers. You know, they high up in the air.
Yeah.
You know, and then we got plastic. You know, there was guys over there putting plastic like visqueen in our trailers and overlapping them. And as soon as the drag lines would dump the dirt in, you know, there was people on each side holding the visqueen. And then we had our tarps on there. They would tarp us before we left. And we put all that, we dumped all that at a landfill facility. All right, now, there was nothing wrong with the soil to begin with. Nothing. Nothing. They had a little bit of oil around there, about 1 inch deep in certain spots. But now it's all rice fields. It's all rice field and soybean fields when they rotate the crop. That's all it is. You know, and there was no reasoning into digging 3.5 foot down on 10 acres of property.
Yeah. You know where the super fund came from, right?
Huh?
You know where the super fund came from, right? What it originated from?
Yeah, I remember the super fund. Well, it was kind of a way to make money for the politicians. I know that.
Well, it actually started from what they noted as the Love Canal. It was a large area where there was houses built on top of it, where there was plants that had buried their 55-gallon drums
Yeah, it was
underground.
radioactive. Kind of.
Yeah, it was active. And the government had to come in and take over and dig it all up. And at that point, they said, well, from this point forward, we'll set money aside, supposedly, because the company had been out of business for 30 or 40 years before it became known that they had buried all these drums of chemical, waste chemical in the ground.
Yeah.
It was a
PCBs. Something like that.
Yep.
With them transformers and all that stuff too. You know, them electrical transformers had the PCBs in them. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. And there were people. There was a woman that owned a landfill. Wasn't it a landfill run by the government or anything? It was a trash pile. She was charging people per load to go dump their household goods and stuff, you know. And she had a couple of operators on a couple of bulldozers and all that. Now this was in Reader's Digest that I read this when I was probably about 16 or 17 years old, and that's many moons ago. Okay, that's 40 years ago. Matter of fact, 40 years ago. Yeah. There's it. Hey, everybody, said the old tech guy. How you doing, Ed? I need to eat some dinner, and we're listening. I may join as possible. Thanks for the link. No problem, Ed. All right. Anyway, there was that woman that owned the landfill. Oh yeah, Dimebag Darren Lowe says she's dead now since I got off the subject. Yeah, yeah, she is dead. But she took in a couple of batteries. They found that on the paperwork. You know,
Yeah.
she took in some batteries, household battery, house battery like AAA, D cells, C cells. Okay,
Yeah.
and a couple of car batteries. That family, that woman got hit with something like $10 million to clean
Yeah.
up that trash pile she had. And that was just a local woman, okay, in that
Mhm.
small town that had a trash pile and a couple of dozers to, excavator, drag line, make a big hole in the ground, dozers to fill it in. And, something like that don't last but about 10 years, with a
Right.
small piece of property. I mean, they charged that woman fined her, penalized her millions of dollars for that. And I think she shot herself, something like that. There's no way she could have paid that. She didn't make that much money off of that land, of that trash pile.
Right.
She didn't take in no barrels of chemicals and all that crap. Just
Right.
some household batteries is what they got them for, and a couple of car batteries. That's right, Don Barringlow. She's dead now, but she still glows in the dark. Well, she don't glow in the dark from the chemicals, that's for sure. She glows in the dark because of all the political crap that they forced her through.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to lose my house. What you talking about, Scott? That's some shit the hand. Couldn't believe what I deal with. And it was 10 years ago since then. I lost my mom, broke my dog. Wait a minute. I go through the talking thing for dressing who shook their head. I got to go back up and chat and see what Scott's talking about. Nobody here, but I'm dealing with some bad shit. I'm about to lose everything. Really? Come on, Scott. Dang. Yeah, but you don't go pour oil outside in your backyard. You're a mechanic and all that and everything. Hey, boy. Heavy chat. Yes, sir. All right. Poof. I think I'm going to have to put my earphones in. I hear something in the background. I think my mic's too loud. All right, let's try this. Z-Rich, what's going on, mon ami?
Excuse me.
Yeah, I heard something about some bad weather up north, around Illinois and all that. What the heck's going on up there? Yeah, it will pass when people get shot. Yeehaw! What's up, Z-Rich? Mon ami. We're in war with the China of biowarfare, mass saturated with graphene oxide. Yeah, well, I stay at my house. I don't hardly go nowhere.
Oh.
So the back lot on that building was saturated with a bunch of oil and gas and all that.
Yeah, it had all kinds of stuff. It had all kinds of stuff everywhere. Yeah, it was a mess. Had some wood little room or something on one side. And, well, it was like I was like, this has got to be cleaned up before I'm willing to take over.
Yeah. Z Rich said, finally getting some rain over here in Arizona. What, the monsoon is just catching up with you? Because I know Money Maniacs was about a month ago, something like that. He had a video. They were at In-N-Out Burger, and it was storming. I mean, storming. He had his windshield wipers wide open, fast as they can go, and he still couldn't see where he was going on the windshield. Oh, in fact, Missy reminded me of something earlier. Go. Uh-oh. Can't do that. Got to do this. Give me a sec, guys. All right. There we go. Now I got that taken care of. Okay. Thank you all for supporting the show today. We had some fun, busting balls, hilarious time. You said that right, Ed, the old tech guy. Yeah. Everybody, y'all got to go check Ed, the old tech guy out. Right there at the bottom. Y'all go check Ed, the old tech guy out. I think just about everybody in the chat here knows him. I'm not sure, but UFO, check out Ed, the old tech guy. He was live earlier, and when he finished his stream, I popped in. And he is. He said before he left his stream, he says, I think Cajuns, me and Cajuns are getting to be good friends. Yes, Ed, the old tech guy, you're right, because you talk sense. You talk sense. Yeah, anybody that talks common sense and horse sense and is book smart and street smart and horse sense smart, yeah, I like that kind of people. So yes, Ed, the old tech guy. Yeah, we are amigos. Canada is not coming to no Canada. No, we get along too much with Canada. We get along too much with Canada. So how you been, Dimebag Darren Look? And you see, do this. I don't remember Scott's email. There you go. Z-Ridge got it up there. Z-Ridge got it going on. Common sense goes a long ways nowadays. That's right, Anthony. And I tell you what, that's very worthy of highlighting that right there at the bottom. Common sense goes a long ways nowadays. Look at the Iris. What's going on? How you doing, Mon Ami? Jeff Crumpler. What's going on, Mon Ami? You know what? I did too, Hector. I did too. Well, you were there a little before me, though. I was born in the early 60s, but that was all over the news. The Cold War and all that and everything. Yeah. So, All right, guys. Hector, Brian, y'all take
Yes.
over the chat for me. I gotta go lean off the dock for a minute. All right, be right back.
Okay, we got it. Hey, Brian, I tell you one thing. The only thing that I did um, during that time, during Vietnam, I was
Mm-hmm.
17 and a half. I registered for the draft. And at that time, you didn't tell anybody that you were, signed up for the draft because you would have been eight balled or ostracized
Yeah.
or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I told my best friend, and I thought he would keep it a secret, right?
Right.
And I got my number, I got my induction papers and everything.
Right.
And the next, I guess it was the following week after I got my letter, and we had gone out the weekend to a party or somewhere. And by the time I got to school on Monday, because I was
Right.
18 during Vietnam, um, jeez, I got so much crap in my face. What are you doing? You're
Wow.
stupid, And my dad said, if you get called, we'll sign you up. And if you don't get called and it's gonna go longer, then we'll sign you up anyway. And
Right.
because all my dad, even my grandfather, World War One, my dad's three brothers, World War Two, his other brother in Korea, and his other brother in Germany
Yeah.
during the what is that that line between the Berlin Wall? He was a guard there.
Yeah.
And I was number 16th cousin that would have been possibly going to Vietnam. 15 of them went. One didn't make it back. I was number 17, and
Wow.
like it was really unpopular. I mean, but my dad said, "No, you're gonna serve. Just like we did, just like your cousins, and on both sides of the
Yeah.
family actually." And that's the only thing I could regret was not going to service. But my mom, man, she was just with my cousin dying, didn't help any. He was
Yeah.
only there 3 months in country, what they used to call in country.
Yeah.
Stepped off 3 months later, he was gone.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. My dad joined the Navy to avoid the draft into the Army.
Mm-hmm.
Because my grandfather, his father was a two-time Purple Heart veteran.
Ooh, jeez.
Between War II and Korea. And my dad was like, yeah, I wasn't big on the idea of joining the Army.
Yeah, well, all my cousins except for my cousin Andy, he went Navy too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what his job
His
was. Well, he came out as he came ship. No, I forget what ship he was on. But he also was in Vietnam. He did the riverboats. I don't know what you call them. Delta. Yeah, he was a Delta rat. That's what they called him during Vietnam. I just barely remember him talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know something? I got to go do the same thing with lean off the dock too. I'll be back.
All right. You don't, baby.
Look at Ira said. He said I was 4F, but because I'm a midget. Now you're not a midget. Look, you're a short fella,
Mm-hmm.
a little person, a little person. Oh yeah, I want to thank everybody that served too. Anybody that served in here, like Brian's World, well, Adriel's Automotive Specialty. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And all my family served. Just about all my family. My dad, my uncles, they all served. They went to World War II, and they all came back. Thank God for that.
My great uncle didn't. He was a bombardier on in World War II of the Flying Fortresses, and unfortunately his was shot down.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Who do I see right there?
Lucky
Captain
Irish.
Jerk. What's going
Oh
on,
my God.
Captain
I haven't
Jerk?
seen him in a while.
Captain Jerk.
Man,
He's been going to other channels. I found him in a channel that
Captain Jerk, I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays. What's
you
going
move?
on, brother? Man.
Captain Jerk, did you guys move? You were talking about moving from Connecticut or moving to a new place. Did you move already?
Well, he lives in Connecticut.
I
Well,
know.
was. I don't know if he still does, but
Because he was talking about that last time I spoke to him, that he was moving, but he didn't give information about moving to another place or moving out of state. Because I don't know. Maybe he'll answer it.
I told him to move down here. You know, they got a house for sale next door to me for $21,000. House and property.
Another one.
A little down today. I lost a YouTube friend. What?
Another. Jeez, what's going on?
Man, yeah, all our YouTube friends are kicking the bucket. Who was that, Jerk?
No money to move. Yeah.
Now, I tried to get in the service. I tried the Army. Well, Marines first. Then I tried the Army. And I was 4F to start with. And the Army said, go try with the Navy. They'll almost take anybody, you know. And I'm like, I went to the Navy, okay. I passed the test, you know, the written test and all that. But as soon as they took my physical examination, so I tried Coast Guard. You know, didn't even try Navy. No, hell on that. Didn't even try that. Well, I'd have been on a damn ship anyway, you know, with the Air Force. Navy turned me down. So Air Force, no, that was not a possibility. So because those two are coinciding. Well, three: the Marines, the Navy, and the Air Force. You know, you got the Air Force jets on a Navy ship with Marines on the ship also, and a lot of Marines flying the plane. So anyway, no. So I went to the Coast Guard, and well, I wanted to become an officer, you know, and by the time they got back to me and accepted me on the Coast Guard, I was already married and had a kid. So I just turned them down like a hot potato, which, you know, they didn't do a physical yet on me. Okay. They just says, yeah, okay. Now you can go and try to join, you know? So yeah, if I'd have went to their doctor, they'd have 4F me right quick. Anna, I'm crazy. Thank you very much for showing up. There's okay, Dipper again right there. Dipper, did you send me an email? My email is in my description box down below. Yeah, I'd like to know that channel that you're talking about in DeRitter. I do know a lot of people over there. Big Lou Barbecue and all that bunch, and my cousins over there. So now I hear Kitty Cat. That must be Brian. Must be Brian.
Oh yeah. Yep, she's been wanting attention all night long. She won't leave me alone.
Right.
Sleeps all day and wants attention all night. Well, we got what are those things called?
Ooh. Good night there, Darren.
I'm going to bed at a proper time tonight. All right, Dimebag Darren Low. Appreciate you coming in, buddy. Keep that bass thumping, bro. Keep that bass thumping.
Wow. Wow. Get your tail out of my
Late
face.
37.
Yeah, Captain Jerk. All right. Okay, here we go again. Here we go again. Captain Jerk at Cajun Coin Hunter. Do you remember Anthony Redneck Cantor? He was from DeRidder, Louisiana. That's what we was talking about earlier with Dipper. Anthony, now I know Anthony Redneck. That sounds familiar. Hey, Clay 37. How you doing, mon ami? What's crack-a-lackin'?
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
Do you know his channel name, Jerk? By any, like?
I think it's Anthony Redneck Cantor.
Let me
I
look.
think.
Let me look it up. See if I can find it.
All right. Thank you, Hector. Anthony Redneck. I know Redneck Connection. Yeah,
There's
Captain
Anthony
Jerk.
Panza Redneck, and then there's Opie and Anthony Rednecks. That's all I got. But he said something else. He said it was like way of life or something like that. Let me see.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Ed, the old tech guy. He said, by the way, guys, Cajun Coin Hunter has been doing the most selfish thing, trying to raise money for a fallen YouTuber. Mon ami, you have my admiration. So, well, thank you, Ed, the old tech guy. I've been doing that ever since I started my channel. I've raised money for a lot of people. BS small engines. I made a short video, a short video, brought a bunch of people over to BS small engines. I forget how it went. That was a couple of years ago, and I raised about $600, so he could take care of his dog.
Right.
And I'm not tooting my horn or anything, but I have helped out a lot of people with benefits. The coin community is very well known for that. Not just me, the coin community. Brian has participated. The guy right up here in the panel, right here, right there, Brian has been involved in so many benefits.
Yeah, we just got done doing one for MSEG and a couple of weeks ago.
But that one I'm not familiar with. And now we're doing one for the general, AG Price, on the 19th of this month. We're doing one. Well, Big T is doing it, not me. No, Pipeteers. Big T's doing that. But I got my donation sent in already. Anthony Red Davi.
I'm looking at it right now.
Anthony Red Davi. It's Anthony's Red Way of Life. Now that sounds more familiar.
Yeah, I got it. It's here.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get it. The link posted in.
Wow. Okay, Scott. Shoot. I was trying to get you.
That's it.
I was trying to get you up on the panel, Scott, but I don't know your email. Ed the old tech guy with a $5 super sticker. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Thank you, Ed. And he says, love for you, mon ami. Thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate you. Now, was that a fart or was that a gearhead driving fast down the road?
Gearhead.
Okay. Man, that sounded like somebody ripped one off big time. Scott, I was trying to get your email, or send me an email. I was trying to get your email address so I can send you a link to get up here. Because I don't put links in chat. I learned that hard lesson a long time ago. When all them trolls were hanging around YouTube, man. Oh boy, that lasted about 5 months with a lot of people on YouTube.
Cajun, I found his stream about him. I haven't listened to it, but it says something important to say about him. I got the link here.
All right, have a good day.
Okay, that link you just put up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna open that in a new tab.
Not that one. That's to his webpage. This one here is about a video about him.
No, I see that YouTube user. Oh, you retracted that message.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, never mind.
Try this one. Try this one instead. This is something to do about him. I haven't heard it yet because let me see. There we go. Okay.
Okay. Open link in new tab. Now I can watch that later at my convenience.
Right.
I right clicked on it, and I hit open in new tab, and that's for everybody that's in here. Y'all can right click on that link, open in new tab, and y'all can watch it when y'all get a chance. Okay, Chef said, I have a meeting with the township on Thursday about my house and cars. They want to come in and tear everything down because of the junk. I don't know what I'm going to do. Get yourself a lawyer, Scott. You make money doing that stuff. I don't know if you are in a what they call that, a homeowners association type deal in a neighborhood homeowners association. But yeah, or get a business license. Yeah, turn it into a business, but I don't know if you're in a commercial area for that.
I think it has to be industrial.
Commercial is all it needs to be. Like my area, okay, my property is considered commercial.
Mm-hmm.
I can open up whatever I want right here.
See ya, Captain Jerk.
All right, Captain Jerk. Dustin, take it easy, buddy. Yeah, they just can't go in there and where'd Brian go? He lost connection. They just can't go in there and tear down your house and all that stuff. No. I'd get a lawyer and hold them at bay for a little while. Hold them at bay for a little while until you can get a couple of cars out of there or something. Kind of make your property a little neater, or build a fence. Build a fence around you, a tall fence around your backyard, and put all the vehicles in the back if you got that much room. Look at here, number one thug stacking with a $2 super sticker. What's going on? Full support for show for you, brother Cajun. Thank you very much, number one thug stacking. He is a great supporter of the channel. Been knowing number one thug for quite some time. Yeah, that's right, David Carlisle. Kaboom! All right, I've got to do something here. Okay, I don't see any new emails in here. Let me refresh that email page. Make sure.
Brian left, huh?
Yeah, I think he lost connection.
Oh, jeez. Hey, speaking of, since I've got Ed and you, both of you guys have some great IT and electronic backgrounds. Have you heard of a device called NextFi?
Next fly? Hmm.
Yeah, it's a device that
No.
boosts your baud rate for what used to be called baud rate, but it's your download and upload feed. And I was watching a guy trying to
Mm-mm.
sell it. Um,
Hey,
and
hold on, Hector.
sure.
Bradley Height. Nonk Bradley, my Uncle Bradley with a $10 super sticker, kaboom, boom, boom, and at number one thug stacking with another $2 super sticker. Thank you very much, guys. Bradley Height, Mon Ami, Cajun, and everybody. So, yeah, and 710, all is upside down. He has put Bradley Height's link to his channel, YouTube channel. Bradley Height is a big major pourer, silver pourer. He makes his own molds to pour silver, copper, gold, brass, or whatever you want. And he is accepting orders for whatever you want him to make you right now. So there was a little community of small people. There was like 15 house trailers in this community. Yeah, like mobile homes. They had a bunch of junk sitting around. The township came in and leveled everything. It's nothing but a field now. Oh boy. Yeah, but you see, you don't live in a trashy house though. You know. Actually, you're talking about a Wi-Fi signal booster. NextFi makes those units. Ed, the old tech guy says. Is that what you're talking about,
Yes,
Hector?
yes.
NextFi? Okay, yeah. That's like a booster for Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and the guy says it supposed to go from like 60 to 700.
All right, Miss Princess Jamie, thank you very much for coming in and supporting the channel. And no problem. Me and Mater's Workshop's going to be on tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be on his channel or on my channel to do that auction, for noodly bits. I have no idea yet. So I'm still waiting to hear from Mater's Workshop for when, so I can start that auction off and all that for noodly bits. Okay, go ahead, Hector.
Now I was reading what Ed put down. He said yes, there are NextFi. It makes those units, and I don't know. I have 60 download and 5 mega MPS up. I know it's better than before. Before I was having remember occasionally I was having trouble with my
AT&T.
yeah,
Yeah,
and it got better by going to Xfinity, where it's
yeah,
60 down and 5 up now.
yeah.
But this one says
Which is Spectrum. You
right,
know,
Comcast
Spectrum.
Spectrum.
Yeah, yeah. Spectrum owns that. Yeah.
Well, it seems like Ed has heard of it. Um, I haven't seen it anywhere around. I mean, I go to electronic stores sometimes like Best Buy, and it's not there. And I've seen some other brands, but I'm kind of leery about buying anything unless I talk to somebody who's in the better knowledge than I am. I'm not a fan of signal boosters access points. Instead, main mesh, you can cable from the router as far as you can to access a point. Yeah, even the infrastructure in my area, All the new housing developments is getting fiber optics because they can get more lines in a, I guess, a conduit pipe. They have better service on the other side of town than they do here. And just a mile down my house, just a mile, well, actually a little bit more, a mile and a half or 2 miles, just down the road, they have fantastic speeds. But my house is has the main node for my housing development here.
Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. Number one thug stacking with another $2 super sticker. Cajun and Bradley Height Rocks. Kaboom. Thank you, number one. Everything helps, my brother. Thank you very much. Now, I'll tell you what, the way I think of it, Hector.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I have like Spectrum, okay, Charter Spectrum, which Spectrum bought out Charter Cable Company in my area. So it's not, it's Charter Spectrum, as I call it. It's on cable, okay, it's coming through cable, and from the telephone pole coming down to my house, down to a box, and then underneath my house, coming up through the floor. All right, I got my Ethernet, my coax cable, and it's the the good coax. Okay, it's not the RG59.
Right.
It's not the RG59 75 ohm coax. It is a 75 ohm coax, but it's not RG59. It's the other one that handles more signal through it. RG59 couldn't do what I'm doing now. And so I think it's RG6. I think RG6 that's coming into my house to my modem, and then from my modem to my router, and then from my router I have a 25-foot cable going up behind my door trim, down, and then right here into my laptop. I got a place down there where my Cat 6 Ethernet cable comes up and plugs in my laptop. I'm not on Wi-Fi. The only thing I use Wi-Fi on is my cell phone, my little tablet, little on Walmart cheapo Best Buy tablet, and Missy's tablet. And then when Money Maniacs was here for 4 or 5 days, him and his wife were on their tablets. Okay, so I had my laptop going, had my laptop, Missy's notepad, Money Maniacs notepad phone, and Mrs. Money Maniac's iPad. So I had 4 things going, and then my laptop. I had all that going. No, not my laptop, because my laptop's hardwired in with the Ethernet cable. So I had 4 devices hooked up to my Wi-Fi, and then I checked my my upload and download, and upload, and it was good. And Ed the old tech guy was in the chat, and he said, "Yeah, Cajun's got a good, healthy internet for all of that being on his, and then he's on a laptop live streaming, you know." So, yeah. But I don't really believe in those Wi-Fi boosters. This is what I've started to say. I don't believe in the Wi-Fi boosters. If you have a Wi-Fi in your house, why put a Wi-Fi booster on, if that was you was talking about? Why put a Wi-Fi booster? I'm not leaving my house and walking 1,000 feet out my door and gonna be live. No. I'll be live on my cell phone, on my notepad, watching the hurricane outside my door. Like when I went live for the hurricane last year. I was live throughout the whole hurricane, and the eye passed over us. I never lost electricity. I did bleep out every now and then when the electricity just blinked for 2 seconds or 3 seconds. Naturally, that shut down my modem and my Wi-Fi, and all that had to reboot. But I was live for 8 hours for that hurricane. My electricity never went out for like an hour or two. It just blipped for 2 seconds. And that's the only reason I was off. And then when it would reboot, I'll just get back, in my live stream.
Yeah, because my router and my modem are next to the TV about from my sitting position in the kitchen dining room area to where the TV is, modem and router is about 25 feet, almost, 25 feet. And across my living room is another bedroom where I'm going to put my hobby room for all my stuff. And that's about another, let's say, another 25 feet because it's a big room. And I want to go hardwire. I want to go from my modem straight Ethernet straight to my computer. And I don't want a laptop. I want a desktop.
Right. Yeah, well, look, hey, I'll tell you a good company to get with, Hector. It's called Cables and Kits.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can put the link to them in here. Okay, I've dealt with that company. They're a huge company, and the shipping's very cheap. Okay, and you can get Ethernet cables already pre-made. Just tell them the color you want. I got gray, natural, just battleship gray Ethernet cables. I can, you can order those for cheap, and they send them to you for just the cost of the shipping. They're not like $20 shipping,
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, hardwire is the way to go. You can run 100. You can run 100 foot of Ethernet, okay, up in your attic, whatever, and then down to where you at. If you want to go in a different part, and that's still gonna be better than Wi-Fi connection.
Oh, of course, yeah, because I used to sell high end audio, and I would sell wireless speakers, and I always tell them don't do that because you can get interference for anything that goes on that gives off a radio frequency. And
right.
So yeah, I kind of know that a little bit only because I was told to say that when I sold stereos and monster cables and HDMI didn't exist then, but we were using optical lines, and I want everything set up so that once I do it, it's upgradable, easily upgradable, and easily changed out if I had to do it. But I also want a high-end computer because if I retire next year, I got a honeydew list like you would believe, and my own list to do.
Right. Let me look up this. Let me look up cables. No, which one? Okay, it's not that email. Let me check my other email.
Yeah, because I used to help out the tech guys over at the school district, and I still have the phone number to one of the tech guys that became a good friend. And he says, anytime you want to set it up, I'll come out and engineer the whole thing. I said, oh, really? So, yeah, okay. Because he was about my age. He hadn't retired yet either. And he was radio man in Air Force. That's what it was. Yeah, Air Force. So he's a big tech guy.
Okay. Let me click on this. I just found cables and kits. A lot of IT guys, tech guys, get their stuff from here. Big companies.
Ed says he's backstage.
Okay, hold on one sec there, Mr. Ed. Good God, I'm stuck. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm stuck in this. Trying to get out of it. Okay. All right. Here we go. Got this. Copy. Let me put this in chat right here
Okay.
before I switch over. Okay. That link right there is for anybody. Okay. Anybody that wants to click on it, you right click on it, open it in a new tab, and kaboom, you're done. All right. Here we go. Boom.
Hey everybody, it's Ed the Old Tech Guy. How you all doing today?
Eduardo, ¿cómo estás, hombre?
Muy bien, mi amigo, ¿cómo tú estás?
Pues estoy aquí, delicado, pero rico.
Delicado. No,
My
that's
uncles,
good.
my old uncles used to say that all the time. But there was
Really?
the opposite. They said they were poor but delicate.
Poor but delicate. I
I never
always
understood
say,
what that meant. It meant
yeah.
that they were like they were on a beer budget but a champagne taste. That kind of idea.
I usually don't hear like at least where I'm from, Mexicanos don't say delicados for anything. We're always because delicado usually means something negative, like you're bothered too easily.
No. You're in from my mom's area. Is that means that you're high priced.
Oh,
That you're
yes,
high.
I could see that. That makes sense.
It's like my mom used to say that the people in Mexico who are rich are really rich, and the people that are poor are really poor.
And the people that are really rich are delicate.
Yep.
That's what I'm getting. Okay.
And I have a saying for that too.
What's
It's
that?
like you want to drink tea with the Queen of England, but all you have is Lipton. Yeah.
Earl, huh?
Yeah. So.
I had a buddy of mine that was from the South teaching me how to make sweet tea.
Oh,
yeah, sun
and
tea.
And it's
Put it
all
in bags. Put it in bags, Lipton tea bags, them big old bags or whatever, in a gallon glass jar. Put the lid on and just set it out in the sun for a couple days. Let the sun do its job. Oh yeah.
It's all about. He was teaching me. It was all about the syrup, the simple syrup. That's the second biggest thing you got to work on.
I learned other drinks when my uncle's was working in Fort Benning, Georgia. He was there as in the service. He would drink Moxie beer, Moxie drink, and all these different kinds of drinks. I never even heard of some of this stuff, but it's really famous in the South.
I never heard of Moxie. I don't know.
Yeah. The guy has Moxie. It's supposed to be. Well, since I'm an English teacher, I like phrases. I like hearing terminology, and even between the three of us. I mean, Ed's family is from Jalisco. My family is from Michoacan. You're French, but we have similarities in food, similarities in phrases and sayings, and it's just too much. And a lot of different cultural things that comes up that really makes me feel good about learning other people's languages and their customs.
I can't disagree with that. Now, I did want to get back to your question about the Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So, really quick here, when you're talking about how you want to set up your Wi-Fi, especially when you're going to do YouTube or gaming or game streaming, things of that nature, You want a really strong, stable signal. Now, what I was mentioning about Cajun's network in his area is he has high stability, not high bandwidth, while others are touting that, oh, look at me, I've got 200, 300, 400, 500 meg of download. Their reliability seems to falter at times, while I've seen Cajun's reliability stay up no matter like what's going on. His network is continuously performing. It's not the highest bandwidth, it's not the fastest, but it is the most reliable. So those are all things you have to take into account. The reason why I bring that up is because it's a great example as to your Wi-Fi network. You have to think about reliability. Right. And Wi-Fi boosters are not reliable. They have lots of problems. You have to suddenly flash them. All of a sudden, they unsync from the network. So there are two ways Wi-Fi repeaters work. And one of them is by you just hooking them up to electricity. And you have to connect to them with your phone. And you got to go through this real hunky-dory process.
Okay.
And then once you get it connected to your network, what it does is it receives the Wi-Fi signal and then sends it out, right? So when whoever is connected to that Wi-Fi repeater is only connected at a quarter to half speed, because you have to, every time you hit a repeater, you divide your signal by half. So if your original broadcast was 100 meg, when the repeater picks it up, it receives it and then broadcasts at 50 meg. You with me so far?
Mm-hmm. I am.
So that's half of the issue with repeaters. The second issue is they suddenly lose connection. They suddenly have to reprogram. They have lots of problems with Wi-Fi connectivity. So you're sitting there going like, I have an extender. Why can I not get internet here and here and here and here when I'm within the footage? Okay. So they have lots of problems. My suggestion is always to go with an access point, which is kind of like a repeater, but not necessarily. What an access point, an access point, you would plug into your router with a physical Ethernet cable, kind of like the ones that Cajun was showing on the link. And you extend that as far as you can away from your router. And on that end, you put a device or another router, as long as they can build a mesh network. And what a mesh network does is it does a soft handoff, meaning a soft handshake as you're walking through your house and you're connected to router 1 in your bedroom as you're walking by your bedroom. And then you're walking into your next big room, the living room, and that's where the access point is. The bedroom router says, hey, he's walking towards you. I'm going to lower my signal towards him. His phone is going to pick up that your signal's stronger, and he's going to switch to you. You got it? Yes. And they communicate that with your phone as well. Your phone will say, yep, I get it. This is going to be a soft handoff to the next repeater, or the next, I should say repeater, the next access point. So your phone does that. Not all devices can do that. Some devices get stuck on either the bedroom signal or the living room signal. So your devices have to be somewhat a bit of modern age to do that. But this is exactly the way, like big arenas, like game arenas, like where your favorite soccer or football or baseball games, this is the way they do it. They have one Wi-Fi signal or one Wi-Fi SSID that but everywhere you walk around, you have internet, right? But that's because it's doing soft handoffs as you go. It is actually the same way your telecommunications networks work as well. As you go from tower to tower to tower, it's doing those soft handoffs. So
another simple question. Does the distance, it says you don't do a repeater and all you use is a line from the router modem to the bedroom where I'm going to have my office and do all my stuff. Does it lose resistance? I mean, not resistance. What do you call it?
No, you're getting there. You're right. You're right. You could think about amperage. You could, you start thinking about Ohm's law and all the different. Right. Yes, you do. So the recommended extension is 320 feet or something like that. the engineers recommended is going to be no more than 250 to be safe, because there's usually turns, and then you cause impedance on the line when you bend and quirk the line a certain way. So when you look inside a Cat 5, it's got all these twisty cables, right? It's got all these cables that are twisty.
Twisted pairs, yeah.
Twisted pairs. Now, what gives the signal its speed, believe it or not, is that twist. That twist causes a tornado action, just like in water, but with electricity. All your little sparkies are so happy running in there in a tornado format. The minute you make them straight, you can only go about 150 feet. So when you twist them, it gives them that length and that speed. You're able to ramp up the speed. That's why Cat 6 has that, and then inside it has this divider in it. So
it's almost like water piping. When you do like the ranch that my dad's was at, we had a guy behind the ranch that had almonds, and every time he took a bend, he had to raise the pressure on the because of the four corners, the pipe going down, pipe going across, and then down, and then the backside of it. He had to up the pressure from 40 pounds psi to 60. Let's say that's what he did, because each time there was a bend, the pressure of the water would back up, and then there would be leaks, and he didn't want to have leaks. So in order to do the right thing, he would go either, instead of a 90, it would be a 60 or a 35, and take a long way around.
Think about water. It is very much like electricity. The issues or elements with water is 1, pressure, 2, the size of the pipe, so how much water comes out, and 3, how much water. So the same thing with your electrical signals: voltage, amperage, and resistance, right? So you have all these things, right? So your voltage is how much power, so that's the pressure, right? And you have to take all this in account. Anyway, simple way of saying it: don't go beyond 250 feet to 300 feet from the next room, and you should be fine as long as you're using Cat 6 and you're not bending it. Think about water pipe. When you make sharp bends like a 90, which you're not supposed to do on water, I mean, what happens to that water pressure? It's like hitting a wall, right? It's the same thing with electricity. You cannot bend it that way. It's not good for. What actually happens in copper is that the copper lines actually crack and break, and they make microscopic crack breaks, and Cajun will know all about this. You'll break it, and it'll make these small cracks, and the resistance goes up, making your voltage on the other end unreliable. So you have to look at all that. If you want to keep this as clean and straight as possible, if you make turns, make them loopy turns.
Yeah, because
that's what I do with coax, and you have to do that with coax.
That's right.
I'm talking about ham radio. Okay. I'm speaking of ham radio here with an antenna outside of your house. Okay. Because if you go, you screw in your PL259 connector to your antenna, come down your pole, and then you shoot down and up into your house.
That was
he dropped his tools. So once you come down with that loop going up into your attic, what's going to happen with the rainwater coming down that coax? It's going to follow that coax, and then actually it's going to go up into your attic and cause a water leak. So what you want to do is do a loop-de-loop, which I don't know how to explain it, but Ed, the old tech guy, knows about it because he's.
It's like your Hot Wheels. Remember
but actually, you are kind of making like a choke, like a RF choke. Okay, so no interference from TVs, over the air TVs or whatever. I have like a 60-inch screen TV. I don't have cable. I can watch anything I want on the internet. Okay, so you're actually making kind of a RF choke, radio frequency choke. Okay, and then that goes into my attic, and then down to my electronics workbench. I've been working on electronics for a long time, off and on, off and on. I started in the electronics business in 1986. Well, no, 1984. That was my first retail and repair shop. More retail than repair. Okay. And then when I got smarter at it, then I opened another shop in a different location, same city, same town. And then I got invited to Tiger Truck Stop over in Grosset, Louisiana, near Baton Rouge. And I opened my shop there, my two-way communication shop. I made some good money over there working on two-way radios. I fixed police car radios. I was doing VHF marine radios, which is almost the same as police car radios. It's all FM. I was more into AM though. Okay, so I did what I could on FM since I didn't have the FM deviators and all the right proper FM equipment to work on FM radio. But if it was something halfway simple, not simple, but that I didn't really need the equipment for, or I just call a buddy of mine and say, hey, look, I ran into a snafu over here, a problem, and I can't get the this FM police radio going. I got signal here, no signal here on my oscilloscope. And he was like, well, back up 1 sec on your oscilloscope and you'll find the problem. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, you know.
Yeah, I just did a test on my internet speed test. I'm hitting sometimes up to 55.6, and now it's right down to 51, and it's going back up to 50. Well, didn't stop there.
Yeah.
But it's about 50 download and 5 up.
Okay. Well, I think I had about the same as you got. You know, right around there. Okay, give or take a half or one. But I was live in StreamYard, and I had all Money Maniacs was here, Missy, Money, his wife, this, and YouTube in the background, but YouTube was on hold. Okay, so I was not doing bad for having all that equipment running on my Wi-Fi, and then me plugged into my router, you know, and my my router. So I wasn't doing too bad. I never did check it like I said I was going to do. I forgot about checking it with nothing running, you know. So yeah, but that was a lot better than your AT&T when you had 0.2 upload.
Please don't remind me. That was a pain in the neck.
Yeah, you remember you had 0.2 or 0.29 as your upload? Yeah, I mean,
0.12. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
that was terrible.
It was less than 1. I remember that.
Sorry, guys. I dropped my drink here. I dropped my drink.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
what I got up to. I wanted to show you what the Ethernet cable looked like on the inside.
Oh, let me do this. Let me do this. So
I wanted to show if it will focus for me here real quick. Come on, focus. So that's what the inside of an Ethernet looks like, right? So the twist is actually what gives it its speed. And as soon as you went up to category 6 cable, this divider here allows for less crosstalk, as we used to call it in the old days.
I was going to say that earlier. Less crosstalk. Yeah.
But now it's basically less EMF, electromagnetic field, to cross over from one strand to the other, And what the twist provides the speed, but you'll notice that some are twisted just a little tighter than the others. You'll notice that the blue is just a little less tighter. So, and the orange is quite highly tight. So that right there is what provides the speed. So 1 and 2 is your transmit. I should say 1 and 2. Orange and orange white is usually wired in your transmit position on your wiring cable, which is if you're using your B standard, right? But it doesn't matter if you use A or B, as long as you are using the same end-to-end configuration. But what you want to do is just wire this. And if you don't know how to make your connections, then don't and buy the cable, but run a cable. And you want to run it where you put an access point on the other end. And if you don't know how to do that, like if you think it's complicated and you don't want to hire a pro, I may suggest using a Asus router or the Asus brand. Excuse me, the Asus brand. It uses it uses a branch of, I think, Linux-based operating system that when you buy a second Asus router, which both will cost you about $300, when you run that cable and you put it in port 1 of the LAN side and port 1 of the other LAN side, and you set the other end as AP, so the second router that's in your living room or whatever other room, you set that as access point, AP for access point. You set it that way, that router will stop being a router and start acting as an access point and will automatically do the mesh stuff. Now, there's a way to avoid all of this too. You can make it even much more simpler. Start out with a mesh network right off the bat. How far is your room to room that you're talking about?
I would say no further. Well, it depends on what side of the room I put it on, because it's a 13 by 11 room. And depending where I put the desk and my computer at, it can be anywhere between 25 to 35 feet.
25, 35, that is not far at all. And that should be, are your walls cement or laced with metal or lead or anything like that I should know about before I tell you?
No, it's a newer house. So the only metal is in the corners where they put the seam.
Okay, this is a pretty easy setup. So I'm probably going to ask Cajun here in a second to let me have a screen share. And I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna suggest for you.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'll pop it up there. But I got a question for you too.
Sure, go ahead.
Don't let me forget though.
No, you can.
There's a way that the way you wire, okay, on your Ethernet plug, there's a way to green and white, red and white, or what have you, and then what you do, you cross over that to the other one. And I think you hit it on the head earlier when you was talking about meshing or something, because the other end of the Ethernet cable is directly opposite of what you did on the other end.
Right, that's called a crossover cable, and that's only
done. That's it.
And the crossover cable is only done when you're going from computer to computer directly without a hub or router in between it.
Right. Yeah.
So if you're going to device to device, you need a crossover. If you're going from a device to your switch, switches are nowadays are smart. Back in the old days, you used to have to manually cross them. You had to physically do it. Nowadays, you don't have to do that no more.
Right.
So it automatically inside the board knows that it should be crossed. It crosses them and makes that information pass through.
Yeah. Hey, Lady Jax, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, Lady Jax, how are you? So what every device wants you to do is to have it straight through. So whatever you have on one end, you need it on the other. So it's usually white, orange, orange, white, green, blue, is it blue? Yeah. White, blue, green, white, brown, brown. And you just flip the colors the way with the cable I was just showing you in that configuration, and you do that. Now you can also go ahead and just make them straight, saying white, blue, blue, white, orange, orange, white, green, green, white, brown, brown, and just have them straight through, and then put your plug in that way. As long as it matches on the other end, it doesn't matter. No configuration makes it faster. No configuration makes it slower. It still wires electricity at the end of the day. Some people will tell you, no, it's not. But really quick, if I can share, let's see, without getting
go ahead and do it.
share screen. Yeah,
I'm waiting for it backstage.
For it to pop up. Okay, there it is. So if I would very, very much suggest you consider.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, I am. I'm right about to here. Hold on. I very much suggest, and I'm going to go in here. Hold on. And I'm going to.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll make that bigger, and it'll knock us off the side.
Okay. So.
Okay, there we go.
I would very much suggest. Hopefully, I'm not showing any real information here. No, I'm not showing my business. Okay, I would really suggest you consider looking at this Amplify. Now, it is a bit pricey, guys. It's a bit pricey, but Ubiquity's Amplify does the mesh network. So this right here, this main unit is your router, and it already broadcasts signal. These two satellite devices you can put anywhere in your house. At a certain amount of footage, it's going to tell you don't go beyond 100 feet, don't go beyond 150 feet. If you got metal walls, if you've got this or that, you'll know. But you put these in two different rooms, and bam, your whole house is covered in Wi-Fi because they mesh together. Now, every technology has its pros and cons. And just like I mentioned before, what happens is anything feeding off of this mesh antenna here on the left is going to be half the speed than if it were directly connected here. Not a big deal when you're talking about, a lot of this stuff. Sometimes you may be on a 50 meg connection and you won't even feel it. You won't even know it. But this is a way you get around those wires. The other, let's see here. The other thing you could think about, the more consumer grade Wi-Fi product, and the one that everybody talks about is, because it's cheaper, is the Google Wi-Fi mesh router setup. So you can go with this and get these and set these little pods all over your house without any cables. One will get the cable, the others will not. But you have to set up these up as a secondary router to your equipment already. And you have to call your ISP and tell them, I'm setting up my own router. Can you please make the router that you've given me a dumb modem? You just explain that to them, and they'll help you do it. You can also go with the TP-Link product here. Don't go TP-Link. I don't like TP-Link. Eero has a product. Don't go Eero. Everybody talks about the Google Wi-Fi mesh, and the next best one, or I should say the best one, in my opinion, is the Ubiquity one. Which this is what you're going to pay for a very decent router. I mean, if you go into here and you start talking about like the Asus router. And again, we're talking consumer grade here. So if somebody comes back and says, Ed, you're suggesting some real cheap, crappy junk. Yeah, I'm not going to suggest real expensive stuff. But this is pretty, decent as you go. Now, Asus has their own Zen Wi-Fi mesh, as you can see here. So they all sell this product. Okay. But you can also get any of these Asus routers and wire one Ethernet cable from here to this one, and tell this one to be an access point, and it will shut off all its routing capabilities, all its switching capabilities, and just be a signal receiver and transceiver. That's all it will be. And this will do all the work. So you can do that. And together you'll spend $169 plus 2, or you get 2 of these so that they match. So you can do that, or you can do this one with 0 wires, with the exception of the wire that goes from your home modem or router to this.
I think I'm going to... What you're explaining to me, it seems like I am more into the hardwire.
If you want physical wiring, then absolutely consider going with a physical mesh network, which is 2 of these, or
that one.
Well, this is not physical wiring between these.
Oh, I see.
This is a wireless satellite. See, it's completely wireless. So these are wireless satellites. So if you wanted to go completely wired and do it like a very nice system, if you ask me, from a consumer standpoint, just go here, and this is what I have, and this is what I've set up for customers as well. So if you go to a Ubiquiti, this is just an access point. So you would wire this from your room, hang it in your room, and then run it back to your routers. You can see bestseller, yeah, because everybody likes these things.
No, I'm not sure of the model that you're showing me, but those are the ones I have in my classroom.
Yes, of
That
course.
shape.
This would be in schools. This would be in schools. This would be in businesses. It's either these guys, Ubiquiti, or it's Cisco, or there's quite a few brands. Why am I drawing a blank here? But there's a few of them that go out there and have a very similar look and feel. But they've all copied Ubiquiti recently because Ubiquiti seems to be the leaderboard for consumer / small business, and these things are awesome. Everybody I have gone ahead and recommended these two just loves me to death. So, but this, as you can see here, you have to run a physical wire from here. You may hang this on your ceiling, but you have to run a physical wire from here through the attic, like Cajun was saying, to your router.
Nice.
Right. So if you got money like for days, and you want, I mean, when you start talking to an engineer, we can spend your money very quickly, bro. So Cambium, this is what we're talking about here. So many schools and small businesses will have one of these, like Cambium. This is a little bit better than the one I just showed you, but high professional level stuff. I mean, even very good. You could get somebody on the phone saying it's not working, but you're gonna pay when it comes to these. You're gonna pay. With Ubiquiti, you get less support, and you have to go through like message boards to get help sometimes. They're not good about picking up the phone and talking to somebody.
What's the reliability on that? Pretty good?
Bro, since I set mine up, I've had very little issues. Very little issues.
Which one do you have?
Ubiquiti. I have a whole Ubiquiti network.
No, I mean the last one you just showed.
No. I have these. I have these that I was showing before. I have these, but I have the whole network. I have something that looks like. Oh, I'm sorry, you weren't looking at my screen, were you? Give me a second. I have these right here. But I used to have Cisco routers and all kinds of Juniper stuff for testing. And now I went to, give me a second. I hope I'm not boring your audience.
No. Hey, look, everybody here is absorbing this information.
They're probably dropping like flies saying that.
No, they're not. No,
Actually, somebody said that they're learning, right. Gaining that knowledge. Boom, baby.
Oh, great to hear. Okay, so Ubiquiti. Yeah. So I don't know if you remember.
Lady Jax has a question for you. Could you tell me about this one I bought?
The Jetstream. The Jetstream eMesh, I will give you that in just a few minutes. I'll speak to it. Hold on that question. I will get back to you. So, as you guys know, I have mentioned in the past that I support small Hispanic businesses that can't afford an IT person on full time or an IT person at all because they're small businesses trying to grow up to become a real business. So I will donate my time or for a very small fee, sometimes do it for them. And some companies have just, they use me like crazy, but I can't do it all the time because I actually have a real job plus YouTube plus other things, right? So, but I have to set up systems that I can control and work with. And I started doing my research, and Ubiquiti, these guys are in stadiums. These guys are everywhere, and they offer every solution from cameras to Wi-Fi to routing, switching, and all of that. Now, this isn't for a high-end professional business, even though they push themselves or tout themselves to do that. They are. This is what their setup looks like when you're in their software. You can see how the data flow is going to each device, and you can see what they're surfing. Google, for those kids that may, they're going to blacklisted websites, things you don't want. You can control that. If you're getting hack attacked by somebody, you can see where you're getting the hack from. Romania. You can see all kinds of stuff that will bore you to death. So here, this is it's just talking about how you can, if you're a network engineer like myself, or an IT person who manages quite a bit of networks for small businesses like I do, you can control all those networks anywhere in the world. I can log into those boxes, New York, London, no matter where you are. I can go in and provisioning, simple word for programming. I could program each one of those boxes and make sure that your cameras are working right, your router's working right, all that good stuff. Right.
So you're doing
Wow.
work that's remote.
Absolutely. I can do everything remote. I also can draw maps. Now, this takes a little skill here. You have to know how to draw maps, but I can draw the physical building layout, or if they can give you the blueprints of your building, you import that into the software and you can put where each of your devices goes, so that if you're ever walking around the house and don't know where it is on the software, you just say, I'm going to the first floor. Where is it? And you walk to the area because you drew it on a map and told somebody that it's right there. This is very good for, network guys like me, or IT admins, because they could say, hey, go in the room on the left-hand side. On here, you're going to find this specific network element that I'm telling you to go reboot for me.
Dang.
So it's great. And then I'm just showing you. I would love to show you mine, but I learned from one of my streams that I showed. I'm showing too much, and then like people get my information and they start acting funny. So I want to be very careful. So these are the access points. Listen, bro, if you've got the money, I would tell you just go the full way out. Just get yourself a smart switch just like this with power over Ethernet. Get yourself the router that goes with it. Do it all ubiquity, and you can control your whole network no matter where you are, anywhere, everywhere. And then later on, add the other devices where you can add cameras, hard drives, and your whole security platform all into one simple software. You can even set up door access. They have doorbells. They have what do you call that? I was going to say
Ring chimes?
No, biometrics.
No, I'm making a joke.
No, biometrics. They have biometrics where you can get your fingerprint, palm print, you name it, bro. How deep down this rabbit hole do you want to go? Because I can even broadcast your signal across the city if you let me. Like I could put an antenna up in your house with ubiquity and broadcast it to your neighbor 6 houses down, and you could sell them a piece of your internet.
Dang.
There's a friend of mine who
You make
owns,
money on what you invested in then.
Absolutely.
How about this? It just crossed my mind because I was talking to a friend of mine who runs a very large agriculture operation, looking at 20,000 acres of almonds and peaches and nectarines and you name it, he's got it. But he can't be at one place and get called another, other than phone, facing phone. But he also has to do water measurements, humidity, temperature changes, temperature spot, what do you call temperature spot on acreage, ground humidity, and percentage of. He was just telling me all this stuff. He just bombed the heck out of me. And I ran into a guy online that uses drones that it can attach certain instruments to do all these measurements. And he wants to feed it into a central core. Let me see, central something like a hub where all of information is fed into, and then it's parsed to water systems, fertilizer distribution. That's a huge, complicated. But he wanted to know how to incorporate it all. This is what it sounds like. What you have.
Yeah. So think about this. So let's say you have a farm, right?
Mhm.
And you say, okay, on my farm, I want to make sure, like you said, I want to have all these different types of bugs where I can measure moisture in the soil. I can know if somebody crosses the fence, whatever it is that you want. All those smart devices need a way to phone home. They need to talk, right, to each
Right.
other. So you need to set up an antenna, a wireless antenna to do that. And you can do that simply by just getting one of these devices and setting up, how either you can do point to point to connect to another place, or you can do mesh to multi-points. See how it's got all these different lines? That's
Mhm.
multi-point. So it's point to multi-point. So all these different locations are homing back here, and this is going back to your router. So instead of houses or groups of houses that are getting internet here, imagine sensors for the dirt, sensors for moisture, sensors for rain, sensors for motion, you name it. Enough sunlight, and it's coming here, and it's coming up into this guy and back.
Man, you're blowing my mind right now.
So it's not that hard to do. What he's telling you that he's doing is not that tough, because think of it now as a telecommunications network provider. You start providing service to rural America. Think about Native American locations where there's no fiber optics or any way to provide services to them. So they set up an access point, kind of like this one, an ubiquity air fiber, right? That gives them the signal from a city to a location. And from that location, it goes down in a router and switches and comes back up to a multi-point system. And they're able to offer to multiple groups of houses their internet service. So as you could see here, 25 kilometers away, this subscriber is getting 1 gig of internet service. This guy's 10 kilometers away, he's getting 800 meg. This guy's 30 kilometers away, he's getting 1 gig, all from one single point location.
He's also talking about using drones to automatically survey certain features that he wants on his acreage.
So drones, again, another smart device that all it needs is internet access or network access.
Right.
So once you've set the program to survey and verify, and if it notices motion to phone back home, it can fly this whole blue area. See this blue area? It can fly this blue area, and if it sees something that it needs to report home, it reports home while it's flying. And its flight path can be pre-programmed, so there's no reason to even sit there with the toggles and watch it or anything.
Right.
As long as the airspace is free.
Yes, he wants automation or autonomous automation, in other words.
He's at a point where he needs programming if he's got network stability and network setup here, like what we're showing. He just needs software programming at that point. Everything else is done. So it's just that. If you ever want to chat with him and you want to bring me on, I'm happy to just have a conversation.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I'm happy to just chat with him. But
I'll tell him it's a business. I told him it's going to be a business call.
Oh, I'm not going to charge anything, but
well, he can, believe me, he can afford it.
Oh, okay. Well, if he wants to pay me, but I am not going to. I don't do software programming. It's not been my strength, but I'm just going to try to find out where he's at from his network perspective.
I think that's what he's looking for. I think he's looking for a point of starting the equipment, the hardware stuff, what he wants to do between managing his labor, managing the effectiveness of programming whatever you can to make sure that they're more effective where it's needed the most in certain things, and like weather, watering, and all that stuff. I think he's looking for something like that to get more information so he can make better decisions and then make those changes as he sees. Because we had a long talk about, just with Fresno State being an agricultural schooling. That's where he went to a symposium using this kind of technology. So we were just talking about, because I went to Fresno State and he's telling me all this stuff. I'm going, I know a couple of guys that might be able to help you. He said, well, I've got all these kids over here at Fresno State. They're all IT in agriculture, IT in business, and IT in this and that and the other thing. And going, dang. So why are you talking to me? I hardly know what you guys are talking about.
what I'm very interested in is why he's not using the CBRS band, right? So CBRS just got the government just stepped in and told everybody that was using hand radios and all kinds of different signals to give those up, and they're going to become a public signal. So I'm trying to remember what the CBRS stands for. I should know it by heart, but CBRS band. See,
Citizen band.
Citizens band. That's right. So the Citizens band has now been opened, and what Citizens band can do is provide the ability for frequencies for 4G and 5G. So if he were to set up his own 4G or 5G antenna in that area, he can phone home with all those devices at a 4G, 5G platform. It would be similar to having a cell phone in each one of those devices. It's not that difficult to do. But he can use the CBRS band, but he has to set up an antenna, which needs power, it needs location, it needs all that great stuff.
You know, another thing too that reminds me, I was listening to a school board that's in the next district where my grandson goes, and they were talking about where families don't have internet access, and what kind of equipment is needed for the kids having access to the internet. And man, that's a big deal going on. I mean, there's 30,000 kids in that district. Can you imagine the equipment that would need?
Oh, yeah. I've had to design and set up networks for very much that situation. I have to be careful what I say and how I say it, because I have to be careful with what kind of stuff I do. But there is, and you're probably going to know what I'm going to say, but I have to be careful how I say it. There is a thing that happens every year where schools are looking for internet every year.
Right.
And I participate in that design and request for quote and answer all the RFPs from the government's different locations to try to get those, to win those.
I know part of that because I did the requirements for our school, the number of students, what we had in inventory, and what we needed for, and we asked them what we needed to provide our students for access, because the stuff that we use is, I wouldn't say it was either mid-model grade laptops, or it was more like very bottom end. And teachers were saying that battery life wasn't good, RAM wasn't sufficient. I mean, just a whole bunch of stuff that came out as we use the stuff, as we use the equipment. Those requirements we're part of the technology teachers group that we talked to our IT guys, and they kind of knew already. I don't know why they hesitated, but we still had to go through the motions, I guess.
Yeah. Well, let me get back real quick to the Jetstream AC3000 question that was asked by Lady, and I'm sorry that we're getting back to you so late here on your answer. So the AC3000 tri-band access router is not a bad router per se. It doesn't have the features I would like. Like, I would love to set up a VLAN. I would like to set up all kinds of, I'd like to control how much power goes out of my antenna. It's not necessarily a bad unit for home use. It's a very well expected network device that I would expect in somebody's home. Very 2018 to 2019, 2021-ish, 2020-ish. Not what I would expect today, because today you have Wi-Fi 6, and you'd probably want to start looking for an upgrade at that time. I don't think yours has Wi-Fi 6, and
I don't think so.
Absolutely start thinking about going to the next upgrade to Wi-Fi 6. And if you're going to do that, start thinking about getting into a network device that can actually give you the ability to divide your network. I know I throw the word VLAN around a lot, but do you guys know what a VLAN? Do you guys know what a VLAN is?
VLAN?
Yeah, VLAN. I'm going to see if I can find a quick.
I know what land is, but I'm not familiar with a VLAN.
I want to, before I get too deep and again bore you guys too much too much in here. So what a VLAN is, here's a nice picture. Hopefully we don't get sued for using it. So what a VLAN is imagine your physical network in your house. Your physical network in your house is comprised of 3 computers, a switch, and that switch to an internet device, right? Or router or whatever that device is, right?
Okay. All right.
Now imagine if you could clone that network or what that network does without adding new equipment, without adding another switch, another router, without adding computers and other things to make that happen. What if you could make that virtually inside the memory of your device? That's what a VLAN does. So it recreates this network and makes it into a virtual situation happening in your network that could still connect to the internet and to these other devices as long as you give it permission to. So devices that cannot create VLANs start getting a little worrisome for me. And why would you want a VLAN? All right, let's talk about that for a second. If you go ahead and get a camera system, right? Let's say you're like, Ed, I want a camera, but I want a cheap camera for my house. I'm like, okay, cool. Well, let's look on the internet for cheap cameras on the house. Well, you've got Nest, you got Defender. Ed, those are so expensive.
Okay, look up Mexico, like Mexico, but with an N.
Mexico? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's say Mexico. Mexico. Everybody wants to correct me.
Mexico with an N, as in Nancy.
Yeah.
That's what Big T. He bought a Mexico camera, and he loves it.
Sure.
It's. It makes him look good. For the fact that, hold on, let me do this. For the fact that Big T Coins is always showing coins. Okay, like here's an example. Right here. Okay, there's 2 silver $50.
Sure.
That's a Walking Liberty $50, which it's kind of focused right there on that little cheap $8 camera, $9 camera I got. Okay, and that right there, he can put with his Mexico. I forget what it is. He can throw that coin up right there next to the lens on it, and it's going to focus it very good. It's a very nice camera he's got. Okay, and that's the only reason I said hypothetically. For example, you are putting up a camera. That's why I said Mexico with an N. Okay,
right.
So let me bring you back to here and let you finish. Okay, there you go.
Sure. So this camera right here is usually what most people will tell me that they want because of how cheap it is. And bro, it is cheap. Look at this. From Home Depot, $38. You get the Wise camera, and you get a 32 gig little memory card in it. Ooh, Ed, that's awesome. I get to record. I get to record locally, and I can access this from anywhere on the internet. And that's really cool, right? You guys agree that would be something you'd want? Most likely, probably. Okay. The problem with that is that this is made. This is made overseas by a Chinese company, and they've had problems with their software it has been intruded, and have looked at people taking showers and jumping out of the room naked and all kinds of problems. Absolutely. And they are not the only ones that have had this problem. Nest has this problem. Look up the news. Nest has had this problem. Others have had this problem. So while number one, the concerning part is the visual, the first thing people think is like, oh my God, they saw me naked, right? That's not what should worry you, honestly. That's the last thing that should worry you. The thing that should worry you is that they were able to access this device in your network without your permission.
Yeah. So
how did they get in there? So the way they get in there is because there's a problem with the software or the network device in here, or it has a back door or whatever. Once they're in, if this is on the same broadcast domain, what that means is the same thing as every one of these devices. So let's say that these are all on the same broadcast domain, or that they're all in the same thing like this. And let's say this computer gets hacked here, this one gets hacked, all of these are getting hacked. That means if I get into this one, I can see all of these devices. I can see everything. Imagine a network this big, right? I can see all of this. Now, this is a collision domain. It's not a great situation here for me to show, but I don't have stuff ready. I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but just think about a big network with many devices. Here's a big network with many devices. If I can hack into one of these computers with that IP address, see it right there? That's pretty good. Let me see if I can click on it and make it big. And yeah, it would be cool if I can make it big here easily. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can zoom in here. There you go. All right, so if I can go ahead and hack into this one computer that has the IP address of 172.168.129, I can now see all these computers, the files in those computers, what's in this hub, what's in this router, the configurations of this router. I can then start pushing my way through into these other routers all the way down to their servers and see everything. All because one camera had a bad interface module, right? Something that was bad in the software interface or the hardware. So now, who cares? Who cares if you saw me naked at that point? You now have access to my banking information. You now have access to my social security number. You have my kids' pictures. You have everything. Forget my naked picture on the internet. I could care less about that.
Did you hear about the computer company called Huawei?
Oh, Huawei? Absolutely. Yeah. I know Huawei.
There was a frontline on security with computers, and one of the State Department officials would not comment why they will not. Well, they made no comment on the question they asked some about security issues with Huawei. They won't allow them in certain parts of the federal government because of access. That's all I can remember. I mean, something about access. Is that the same thing you're talking about here?
Not necessarily.
No.
They're probably not talking about it because they don't want to cause alarm for something that is probably very scary and you should know about. But let me answer Lady Jack's question. Is the Jetstream like that? Yes. Just like the Linksys is, just like many are like that. They're all on one single domain, and you cannot provide a separation of that. So what a VLAN is I can put this computer, this computer, this computer, and this computer on a separate connection. And if they get hacked, the only thing that gets hacked is these 4 computers that I mentioned, not these other 4. Okay? So because they are on a separate VLAN, it's almost like physical separation, but it is done at the memory level of the router. I hope I make that. I know it gets kind of tough, but think of a pipe of water, right, where all the internet is coming through, big pipe of water, and if you suddenly put a small pipe of water in it, but you diverted the water a different way, it's still part of the pipe, and it can still receive water from this location, but water can only go one way, and you can designate that. If you want it to go back, you actually have to build a pipe to go back in. Water can only go that way. So if somebody's trying to hack, they couldn't get information back. They can only go one way, and that's the level of protection it gives you, because you can designate what computers can communicate to the internet on that VLAN and not. The VLAN situation also gives you the great ability to have these computers speak all together, even though they're separated virtually inside the router's information, right? So this computer, 172.19 and 176 by 136, can still talk to 172.19, 176 by 129 once you make the appropriate firewall openings of ports to say, okay, from here, I'm going to reach out to the internet,
come back and talk to you, and it'll be all good. But guess what? The only thing I want to see from you, the only thing I want to know from you is what's on this application. Maybe it's just Word. And let's say I'm going to use some real basic terms here. It doesn't mean that they're correct, but it's just giving you the visual. It says, hey, you 129, I only want to see from you the Word files. Anything you have on Word, that's all I want to see. If you send me PowerPoint, Excel, or Google, I'm not going to accept it. And now you've got that physical separation that if it tries to send you that like a virus over PowerPoint, it won't happen because it already has the rule in the firewall. It says, you will not send me PowerPoint. I will not accept it. I will throw it in the trash before it even comes to me. And that hacker, even if he breaks in here, cannot go down here because you're separated by that VLAN. So VLANs start becoming extremely important once you understand security.
So to prevent all these ransomwares, this would be a good preventative for most corporations to envelope this kind of technology?
Yes and no, because the ransomware works a little different, but yes and no. Yes, in the fact that if this one up here got the ransomware attack, okay? Ransomware, what it does is it spies on your network and figures out all the devices that can be taken over by the ransomware and then starts infecting them all, okay? Starts infecting them all. So if you have this divided into two broadcast domains, or you have it divided via VLAN, where these four down here cannot talk to these because in the memory of the device, it says these are physically separated, even though they're not physically separated in the memory of the device, right? They may be physically separated in the ports, but in the memory of the device, these four ports, let's say they go east, these four ports go west, they are never to talk to each other. So that means that the ransomware attacked up here in 129, and only these four were attacked by ransomware, not these four. So why would you do that? Well, these four right here would hold all my virtual backups of my computers. If these guys ever got taken over, I'd be like, I don't care. I got all my backups right here. Let's re-image. Let's delete everything on this computer and re-image it from last night's backup. And bam, 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 I'm back up like nothing happened.
You know, I used to do that for Target stores when I used to do the sales upload.
Mm-hmm.
And this is, 88, 89, 90.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to put a disk into the upload for the sales that went back to Minneapolis, where our headquarters were at. And after that, they started putting it through. Well, no, I take it back. It was a hard disk, and that was our backup. Anytime our sales got hacked, we kept it that way.
David Carlisle asks, but what about the naked pictures of me on the internet? David, I saw those, and I had to burn my computer after I saw them. I just threw it I burned them, I kicked it, I broke it, I beat it with a bat.
I had to put that.
And that was something you don't want to remember.
I can't forget it now.
I am sorry to tell you, Lady J, Lady J, cool from G.I. Joe, but Lady Jax, I'm sorry to tell you that I would really consider changing your network device at some point, and maybe talking to a nerd in your life, whether it be a son or grandson or husband, brother, friend, etc. Ask him if he can learn about VLANs and build you a VLAN for anything that you feel is compromising, especially compromising our Internet of Things devices, like cameras, like sensors, like Ring doorbells. Like Ring doorbell was hacked very recently. Name the device that is smart. The smart vacuums. Your refrigerator that connects to the internet should be on its own VLAN. Name the device that connects like that, and it should be on a VLAN. Anything you connect to your bank with, anything that has your personal federal taxes on, should be on an internal VLAN on its own SSID and its own network. If, by the way, you're stealing movies from the internet, and I don't care about your business, if you're watching triple X rated information, if you are doing anything like pirating music, please, please, please consider protecting yourself, not only from a firewall perspective, but a VLAN perspective.
I wasn't gonna go this far, but this is
Well,
this is
I
good.
don't watch or pirate movies. The only thing I do with my laptop, my wife's laptop, our laptop,
Mhm.
I live stream and I watch videos, YouTube videos of my partners, you know, like you,
Mhm.
Ed, the old tech guy,
Mhm.
and
Thank you.
you know, and everybody else, and
Mhm.
you know, David Carlisle. You know, David Carlisle. He had 1,000 subscribers with 2 videos. You know, yeah. He almost had 1,000 with 1 video. So, but anyway, I don't do nothing with that. I do not do online banking. You know, and if somebody wants to steal my identity, I feel sorry for them poor bastards. So, hey, and look here. Guess who we got in the house tonight?
It's
Mr.
my buddy.
Anthony Roble.
It's my buddy. What's happening, bro? How you doing?
Yeah.
I can't stay long. I'm just jumping on to say hello and all that good stuff. I finally got everything figured out. So I got the biggest question. I know you guys have been talking about tech. Now I got a mechanical problem of fabrication. I was told I got to tap drill and do this, but they didn't tell me what sizes they need tapped and drilled.
Oh, well, yeah, that
And
makes
it's almost
a big
11.
difference.
It's 11:15 right now.
Oh, great.
And they did not tell you what size hole to tap and drill for the certain
Because
nut
we
or bolt that
it'll
goes
be
in there.
9/16. It'll be 9/16, 5/8, or 3/4, or we can even go to M12 or M14.
Okay.
And they said that's what that's what we commonly use. But you know, why am I going to waste my time tapping and drilling and just guessing when I got to go through almost 2 inches of metal 4 times over?
Okay. Now, I got a question for you, Anthony.
Yes, sir.
You were walking around your office area there, you know, your
Yep.
workspace and all that, and there was a blonde-headed girl in there that kind of like popped in and popped back out. Was that your assistant secretary?
There's no blonde girl over here. There ain't no one in here but me.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought I saw something in the background there for a second.
No, that'd be the window reflections, maybe.
Oh, that could have been it, but you don't have no blonde hair ponytail though.
No, I prefer brunettes and redheads myself.
I'm gonna get my buddy Anthony busted here. You're gonna get him busted. Hey,
I saw you laughing back there, Ed, so I had to put you right up front. You know.
10 seconds. Could I share the screen real quick? Because I finally found a decent picture that just I could show. Here you guys go. Just real quick. Here you go. See VLAN 10, human resources. You see how it's in its own bubble. VLAN 30, engineering. VLAN 20. This is how your work is divided. HR files, obviously, they don't want engineers and marketing and nobody else to see them. This is what I was talking about. You see how it's in its own broadcast domain or its own situation by itself with all the devices? They don't speak to each other unless you provide that very specific access of this one computer may talk to this computer, and you got to do a lot of configuring to make that happen. Otherwise, they're considered separate. So in your house, put your cameras on something like this, put your banking on something like this, put your kids on something like that. And then here you create what's called a whitelist. So your kids can only go to whitelist websites. And those whitelist websites don't include XXX anything. They don't include a lot of things. And you will protect your children. So look up VLAN.
Get rid of the keywords and all that stuff too.
Yeah, look VLAN config. I don't know what this website is, but I just found the picture really quick because I didn't want to draw it. AANet Computing, that's where I found it. So this is a really good picture that gives you a real good idea of what VLAN's concepts are. I hope that helps somebody out there. If not,
Me a lot.
if not,
Well, I already know. If I got a check question, I'm talking to Ed.
Yeah, that's a fact, Jack. That's right.
No,
you know, I'm going to have one thing to say about all this. My house, okay, I have my router, and then, you know, I did mention that I have Ethernet cable coming from my router, you know, hardwired into the laptop. And my house is only 50 foot long by 25 foot wide. You know,
Mm.
so I don't need to have a whole lot of stuff. You know, I will from when I get my electronics bench. Okay, when I put my electronics bench in my office in the front part of my house over there in the foyer where you walk in the front door. My electronics workbench is going to be there, my office, and I'm going to have I think it's 75 foot of Ethernet, Cat 6, the upper grade Cat 6 is going to go up the wall, through my attic. I'm going to drill a hole up there, and it's going to run across my attic and down to my workbench where I can have the laptop or one of my desktops come down so I can get schematics, on my big monitor, which is going to be a flat screen TV or something. And that way, if I get into a problem, well, I can show you all one thing. Hold on one second.
You still there, Anthony Robles?
I'm still here.
My eyes are not like they used to be. Okay, now these are cheetah readers, all right? And when I look at a radio schematic, that comes with the owner manuals or what have you, well, what I do with that is I go to my print shop, local business office over here, and oh boy, this is what I do. I do a large print format on that. Okay, now that right there is a huge schematic for a Galaxy 88 ham radio.
Are you printing those on a plotter?
No, my print shop, Bertrand's Office Supplies and Printing.
Oh,
They have the wide format printers, and I can just what I do, I go in the office and I tell them what website to go to, and they download this schematic. Like I said, this is a Galaxy 88, I think, ham radio. So, like I said, my eyes ain't what they used to be. So, but everything's on this schematic. Everything's on that. And, all my voltage points and all that. I mean, man, I love the old electronics, okay? All this new crap, and I call it crap, SMD, surface mount devices, okay? That started when I got out of the electronics business back in 1998, okay? Now, surface mount devices was before that, but and everything I did in my field, my area of electronics, like home audio, okay, car stereo, amplifiers, and all that. They didn't have that much SMD, surface mount devices, back then. Nowadays, they got stuff that surface mount devices that are like the point of this, and I mean smaller than that. Yeah. Okay. And it takes special soldering stations and all that, to do that with, which I have 3 separate soldering stations. Okay. I can do a certain amount. EBG Hobbies, how you doing? KGB just stole it again from you. Morning, mate. Okay, I got a question for you, Ed, the old tech guy.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. And Princess Jamie. Okay, let me put us all up here. All right. You build computers. Now, when you order a motherboard and then put, all the video cards and whatever has, whatever you have to do. Now, does the CPU come on them boards, or do you have to order the CPU separate and then have to send that off, or do you have a oven to put the CPU on that board?
Great question. If it's a laptop, the CPUs come soldered on.
Okay, no, a desktop.
But a desktop, most desktops, I haven't seen one yet where the CPUs are, you have to put them in there. So some of the CPUs come with pins that stick out, and some come pinless where the boards have the pins, but you have to drop it in. I actually wanted to get you a quick. I'm looking for a quick little video, and I'll show you real quick here.
Okay, because
I'll display it.
Yeah, EVG says CPU is separate, but I didn't know if you have to have the, if it was plug in and play, or if you had to actually solder that in, and you have to use the ovens, and have to like somebody like Louis Rossman to actually solder that to the board.
No. If you let me share the screen, let me share the screen just for 1 second, one more time.
Yep. I don't mean to hop off, guys, but I got a couple of answers from boss, so I got to get to work, guys.
Take care, brother.
Okay, Anthony, appreciate you coming.
Don't mean to jump off so soon, guys, but got to work at some point.
All right, free time.
All right, thank you, guys.
So there you go. Okay. This is a motherboard. You see how it's got the little holes, the pinouts, and there's a CPU right there.
Let me make that a little bigger. Okay.
I'm about to land that CPU in there. That's the CPU right there. I'm checking the pins, make sure that they're not bent.
Right.
And now I'm carefully making sure where I can. Well, I'm trying to show my audience where the pin is, where the dot, the directional dot is.
Right. Yeah, the number 1 pin. Yeah.
That's right. So I lift the little handle there, and then I can seat it in there.
Where's your static wristband?
What was that?
Where's your static, anti-static wristband?
On my ankle. I only wear it on my ankle. I don't wear it on my wrist.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. See, down here where I'm at, we don't have to worry about static.
You don't? You want to know something funny about these boards nowadays?
We are so humid down here. I do not. If I have like a FET, a field effect transistor, and all that, no, I don't have to worry about a static wristband. It's so humid down here, we don't have static electricity going on.
See, so there you go, Cajun. I just seated it right there.
Yeah. Okay.
So to answer your question, it is separate, right? So this is me seating it.
All right.
It's me seating it, and EVG Hobbies is asking. I think he asked, what heat paste do I use? Well, it depends. It depends on how much what the client's paid for. But I like what's that silver stuff I use? I can't remember the name.
Silver. I know what you're talking about.
Liquid silver.
Liquid silver. Yeah.
Liquid silver. I like using, and if I can't use that, I usually use whatever the provider or whoever sold me the device gives me, which is.
I've got ounces of that stuff.
Like this is not the one where. So I like to buy Noctua fans. I like to go with fans instead of with liquid cooling. I don't mind liquid cooling,
right?
But I like fans, and I use Noctua. Noctua has great paste, and I use their paste.
Right. I have two different types of paste. I couldn't find mine, and I ordered some, and as soon as I got it in, I found my paste. Imagine that.
Again, I don't mean to bore you guys, but I have a video showing this in fast speed. It's like 12 minutes long. If you want to see it, I don't have everything in there because
put the link to it. Put the link to it.
I don't have everything in there because if
wait a minute. What was that? 99%.
Yeah, 99. I think
that's what I have. 99%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no water in it.
Oh, okay. EVG Hobby says he builds himself. That's why he's asking. Yeah. If I get a chance, I'll get up and look around. I can't remember what it's called. I gotta find what it is.
David called out. Said, "I got some toothpaste. Will that work?" No, I don't think so. David called out. Yeah, 99%. Yeah. I got a couple of bottles of that. It's, put it this way, when you do electronics work, when you want to clean your circuit boards after you solder on them and all that, that 99% alcohol to clean your boards up works well. You know, you always got to clean up after your work. You know, because I always could tell when I had my radio shop 25, 30 years ago. I can always tell if somebody worked on something. You know, that they just left a bad mess behind. Dirt daubing solder, which I'm a master solderer myself.
Are you really?
Oh man, I can solder. Well, put it this way: not a CPU. Not nothing with 500 pins on one side. No. I mean, I have a wedge tip that where I can spread it. You know, I can flow it, and spread it.
So at EVG Hobbies, Arctic MX5 paste is what I used. That's what I ordered last time.
Arctic paste.
Arctic Silver MX5.
Right.
That's what I use. But in this video here, I'm using what came with the Noctua. So, and by the way, there's great argument about should you put a P size or should you put like all around the CPU and all that stuff, because you can put too much and you can put not enough. For me, I always put a P size in the middle, and then all the dribblings on the sides, I put it all around. David Carlisle says 99% alcohol is good for cleaning and a lot of other things, probably for drinking too. I wish I could drink it.
No. This stuff will make you go blind or bald. Yeah, 99% alcohol will make you go blind or bald. Okay. All right. And I got glasses on. No, I'm making a joke. But it will make you go blind if you drink it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, EVG Hobbies, if you wanna, see me build a computer here and there and troubleshoot a computer here and there, check out my channel. But I talk a lot about tools because on my channel I talk about tools, tech, DIY, and sometimes comics. And a lot of my audience doesn't want to talk about tech, and they don't want to talk about DIY very much. They just want to talk about tools, pretty much. So
yeah, but when you come in my panel, everybody wants to talk about tech.
Yeah, it's funny. It is funny that everybody wants to talk with tech with me here.
Well, everybody, I think a lot of people know that I'm an electronics technician myself. So, I don't get into the computer stuff, but I get in two-way radios, home audio, stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And to me, any subject is open to me. I like it all. If you know more than I do, I'll listen. Yeah,
well, when you listen instead of talking, you learn something. That's right.
It's like you tell my students.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the same way with these coins. I don't know nothing about no coins. I'm completely I'm in awe that this is even a thing. Like people looking around for coins and stuff is so different for me. So I'm starting to read up on it. I'm watching a video here or there. I'm starting to like, oh, really? So you all this change this whole time? I sometimes had change. I'd give it away or throw it away. I wouldn't even care. I'm like, I didn't even know. I'm like, change? Who wants change? I remember the security guards over there at some of the buildings I would go into in the city. I just like put it on their desk, be like, I got change. You guys can have it. And walk away. buy coffee or something with it.
Nope, you gotta check your change, amigo.
Yeah.
Check your change.
Them
little penny things, add a penny, grab a penny, just kind of look through there. If you see a little wheat penny or Indian head penny, take that one and put a for a quarter,
Yeah, I think I think what I'm going to start doing now is what my family used to do when I was a kid. They had one of those big things of water, and whenever they had change, they used to walk in there and drop the change in there. Just keep throwing
big
change
5-gallon water jug. Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
and then they'd go cash it in. But the difference for me is going to be I'm just going to take a day and then go through all the change and see if I find anything good.
And you probably will. But you know what? New coins like it 1992, 98, 99, and 2000 pennies, okay, are worth your new pennies like that. Even though they made out of zinc with a copper plating on them. Look, what was it? 4 North coins. He found a 1992 close AM, 10 grand. $10,000 found it in change. Hello.
Heck yeah.
I'm
not sure how you understand One Thug Stacking's question here. I wonder if you guys can help me decipher it. He says,
Where's he at? Oh, there it is. How does one with an Apple phone become a member of a channel?
Yeah, what do you mean by a member of a channel?
Do a member? Okay, you are monetized, right, Ed? Okay. Do you have the membership tiers and all that?
I have not turned that on yet.
Okay, all right.
Do you want to become a member of my channel? Is what you're asking?
I don't know.
Are you asking about a member for Cajun's channel? If you're asking about me, I'll look into turning that on. But I kind of don't know how I feel about that, because if I turn it on, then it seems like I would expect of myself to offer those members something special, and
every month.
And what do I give them? I put all my energy into my channel and everything I do already.
Yeah. All they're going to get. Especially you not to do the membership, because I will not do the membership on my Cajun Coin Hunter channel. I won't. A lot of people told me, Cajun, if you do membership and you do auctions and stuff just for members, we leaving you. We leaving you. You ain't gonna see us no more. So, but I had it in mind before I got monetized. I says, I will get monetized, but I'm not gonna do the membership thing. And cut and dry. That's it. Say 250 of Excel. That's all done and over with. I will take super chats. And this and that. That's the only way I'm gonna be monetized. Without the ads, the commercials, like $2 a month. I don't make hardly anything on AdSense. On ads. Nobody does. They make their money through super chats. There are quite a few channels that have 1 million subscribers, and all them 2 pennies per commercial, that adds up if you have 1 million subscribers, or 5 million subscribers, like a couple of friends of mine have.
So EVG Hobbies is asking if I do overload, speed up, or overclocking is I think what he's asking to get better performance out of a computer. Yes, but I've done a lot less of that lately, because CPUs have become so much better, and they continue to get better. it's almost a shame to overclock them. Just leave them the way they are, and they are fast enough nowadays. I just leave them alone. If you're going to overclock today in today's standards, though, you got to water cool. And I'm not a fan of water cooling because I had it happen once and only once. A closed loop water cooling system that I bought, which was sealed by the factory, leaked and killed a computer. And we're talking about a $3,000 computer. So I won't. I only do mostly fan at this time. I will do water cooling, but I'm very picky about it. I think they were looking for a trick question. 710 was asking a trick question.
Okay, well, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Oh no, go ahead.
Let me do it for 1 sec.
Mm-hmm.
Number one thug stacking. He's explaining.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Pammy Jones, which is Pammy J, which is a friend of a lot of people in the coin community.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Pammy Jones is trying to get a member thing going on her channel. Yes, she has an Apple phone. That I don't know, but she's got a Chromebook also, and I do know that she's got a Chromebook. So what she needs to do is, it doesn't matter if she has an Apple phone or her Chromebook. She just needs to get. I don't know if she's monetized or not.
Well,
If she is, she can add that membership through her YouTube. And
Apple or not, or Android, doesn't matter because you're doing everything through the browser, which is Chrome based, and you should be able to do everything you need from there. Now, the YouTube application on there should still give you the option to become a member. Should have the button on there, no matter what platform you're using. Apple, Android, shouldn't matter at all. So, but if she's trying to create her membership where she can do that, that's from the Chrome browser, and she should be able to do that. Now she's having trouble with that because it keeps directing her Chrome browser to the YouTube Studio app that you could have on your phone. Then she can try to download Mozilla Firefox and do it from that browser, and it should be okay.
No, but if she's trying to, if she's monetized, and if she's trying to do the membership monetization, she has to go through YouTube, and in her studio for that, so she can actually get, she has to set it up where she can have members pay what is the membership fees? $1 a month, $2 a month, $3 a month. You have different tier levels. It doesn't matter what platform you're on, iOS, Apple, or Chrome, or whatever. That doesn't stop the process.
Cajun, I have a question about monetization. If I'm not at monetization, and YouTube, do they use my videos in order to monetize themselves? YouTube itself?
Well, I'll tell you something. YouTube went, and I'm not saying they breaking the bank or anything, but YouTube is doing a disservice to the people that worked to get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours,
right,
to get monetized. Okay, YouTube right now is doing a disservice to them people. They are putting ads on people with 200 subscribers, 300 subscribers. Yeah, they are putting ads, running ads on that, and making money off of those videos, and they are not monetized. So, in my mind, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Wait a minute. There's something we don't know here, and we just found out from number one thug here, Thug Stacking. According to Google's website, here you go, guys. There's the answer, and that's the issue. So what you're going to have to do is you can't do that over iOS or your Apple phone. You're going to have to go through your browser, and you're going to have to go through your browser, and you know how you would watch videos? The button will be through your browser and or computer or other device. So iOS is blocking the prepaid memberships.
You can't find that button.
That's why you can't find the button, because it says note that the prepaid memberships aren't available on iOS. So you're going to have to do that at a computer level and or a browser level. You cannot do it. You cannot do it within the app of iPhone. I hope that answers your question, Thug Stacking. That's the problem. So just have her go on an Android tablet, her computer, anything else. And if not, she can't do any of that, just tell her to go into a Mozilla Firefox or Chrome browser in the phone. It should let her through there.
EVG just told me that. Let me see. They'll run ads. You will not get nothing. Well, I wasn't really. Well, the question was, do they still make money on people who don't have the 1,000 subscribers and they don't have 4,000, watch hours? Are they still making money on the people that make content? They load it up, and do they actually serve it on other people by, if you click on my video on, let's say, Silver Dimes, and all of a sudden, I don't see anything on my side, but YouTube side gets some kind of monetary system because they do put an ad in between somewhere but I don't see it on my side of the screen.
EVG Hobbies is absolutely right. Yes, they do make money. They're making money from the minute you put that first video up there. And once they announce that they're going to put commercials on any video that they feel like it, and you don't have the 1,000 subscribers or the 4,000 watch hours, they don't care. They're going to make money off of your video.
Because
you're not.
I always wondered about that. I just wanted to see, because when I first started 2 years ago in October 2018, it wasn't 4,000 hours and it wasn't 1,000 subscribers. I forget the number was maybe it's 500 and it was 1,000. Let's just say that was the first start of it. And now it's hard to get 4,000 for me because I'm not looking to get monetized anytime soon because I've already been on it for 2 years. But
no, actually, 2 years ago, it was 1,000 subs, or getting close to 3 years ago. It was 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours to get monetized. And that's what I was saying earlier. We all worked hard. The ones of us that are monetized, we worked hard for that. To get those subs and get those watch hours. And now YouTube is putting ads in people's videos that do not have that criteria. Okay?
It's just
and they making money on them guys. But those guys are not getting that little 1%, 1 penny or 2 pennies per video, per ad in their video. So, oh boy, I don't know, man. That's just wrong. That's an insult to us creators. It is.
Well, it's changing the game in the middle of the stream.
They changing the rules halfway of the game.
Right.
And they ought to not be doing that.
Yeah, this is a sore spot for me, guys. This makes me very mad because I busted my hump to get to 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours. I did
Correct.
everything I could,
Correct.
and now it just makes me mad. And the other thing that burns my hump too is I have made specific videos that I never want to be monetized. I never want to ever have a commercial on. The point of them was never. And when YouTube runs a commercial on them, they make me real mad. So I have a video where I had taken some time off of YouTube because I had a family member pass away from COVID. And then when I came back, I had my comeback video. And I said, I will never monetize this video. This video will always be, just thanking everybody who supported me during this hard time. And they're putting commercials on it, man. And that makes me mad because I specifically said in the video that I wouldn't do that. So that means that some people are like, man, you're such a liar. you're making money off of
that video.
And it's off of somebody's passing. That's horrible, man, because that's not what I wanted. I just wanted to thank everybody somehow. That's all. So David Carlisle says, Ed, the old tech guy, Google changed it, but not in iOS. Interesting. Okay, guys, you got me. This is new. I didn't know that. That's awesome. That's where we've got all the collective of brains in here so that we can talk about it. So thug stacking, there you go, bro. You're not going crazy. David Carlisle saying that iOS sometimes has it, sometimes don't. It seems like it may be dependent on how many subs you have in iOS. We don't know yet. We don't know what's going on with that. That is really weird, brother. I do see that in YouTube's help link, it says, note that the prepaid memberships are not available in iOS. So you have to do it in a different method. So it's been confirmed, buddy. I apologize if I give you bad info.
Hey, Adam, how you doing?
Oh yeah, they are throwing ads in people's channels that only like I said earlier, 300-400 subscribers, probably no watch hours or what have you. They are throwing ads up in there. Well, Adam, I don't know why you're talking about Scott like that. He's a good guy. He's not. He's not asking nobody to support him or anything.
Something somewhere has happened with Scott. I don't know. People are jumping all over him. I don't know what has happened since I don't get into the drama level of YouTube. I don't know a lot of things, but I've noticed that a lot of people have been jumping all over Scott for something, and he's either annoyed some people, said some things, or people are just just jumping on him for no reason. I don't know.
Well, when he was in here earlier, he was talking about the town trying to level his house, bulldoze his house down because he's got some parts cars and trucks outside.
Yeah,
I
wasn't enough.
Coin Dragon, what's up, mon ami? ¿Cómo se va ce matin, eh?
¿Cómo se va matin? I like that.
That's my time. Yeah, the morning. Oh. Yeah. Coin Dragon, me and him talk French a little bit every now and then.
Oh, okay. So I was in another live stream where Scott was, they blocked him for something. Again, there's some stuff going on in the background that I'm not privy to or know, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm completely
I like Scott.
Yeah, he seems like a good guy. He's
a hard worker, Hey, look what he's doing in his videos. He's getting automobiles running. He pays a little bit or nothing for a parts vehicle. He gets another vehicle running. He makes a few $100 or a little more, And there ain't nothing wrong with making money. Okay?
Nothing wrong with that. I think he made somebody mad somewhere.
and he's making an honest dollar. Okay, he's working for that dollar. He's not laying on the sofa soaking up the freaking air conditioner, and waiting on the government to send him some money. You know what I'm talking about?
I
He's
agree.
actually working his ass off to make his couple of $100 or $2,000 on a vehicle. You know, that right there, I salute. You know, Tony Captain, what's up, morning me?
I got no issue with him at all. I don't know what's going on. He and I were texting over the weekend, and he was telling me some stuff that he was upset about, and I told him, this is what I told him. In the end, don't worry about nobody. Worry about yourself, and let life and karma and God do what they do best, which is, hold people accountable. You just live. You just go on, being yourself.
And you're right too, there, Ed, because there's a book that I read a long time ago when I was in grammar school.
Mm-hmm.
It was Count of Monte Cristo.
Oh,
do you know that book?
I know the book. I know the book. I know the movie. I know that's one of the favorites here at the house.
Yeah, and one of the quotes in Dante's cell was, "God will give me justice."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And when I was a kid, I couldn't figure out why. So I asked my dad, and he didn't really have a good answer other than saying that you don't seek revenge.
Mm-hmm.
You live life the best you can with your family and your friends.
That's right.
And you live life as much as you can for them. And the only concern that you should have is on your family only.
Yeah.
And taking revenge on people or trying to get back even with them never works. So I've always had that quote in my head for, I guess since the 4th or 5th grade, because it was a good movie. I liked the movie, the original one, not the one with what's his name?
Yeah, not the newer one. The original.
The newer one was no. I liked the older one. And when he carved it, and he was talking to the priest. He was always telling him God is the revenge of our souls, and it was kind of like really good because I didn't have to worry about anybody else,
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty intense, when you start talking as a kid like that, and you start getting morals from books. But that was me. That's why I like technology and philosophy and
I'm telling you that
different point of view.
I'm telling you, there's stuff in the background that we don't know because you have Adam that says here that I guess at some point he was boasting about not paying taxes and stuff.
What?
See, there's but not Adam. That I guess Scott was boasting about that or something like that. So there's some other stuff in the background that's happening and we just don't know, and that's the crust of it. We're not in the know as to what discussions are being had in other places, and there's some hurt feelings or misunderstandings or unhappiness that's going on here, and got to be a little careful not to stand too close to the fire unless I have all the facts.
Right. How they always said, you tell a story to one person, you tell that story to another person, and by the time it gets to the 10th person, it's already changed so many times that it doesn't sound like the original. And
there's always two people to every story, so you got to get both sides of it. You can't just get one. So I reserve any understanding and judgment till I have all the facts on this one. We don't know what's going on, and we'll just keep it cool in the chat.
Then I say, then the IRS takes over. I don't blame the guy for making a couple bucks under the table. No. Everybody does it.
Yeah, I live. Recently, I started becoming more philosophical, and I started understanding something. I now start forgiving people, not for them, but for me.
Yes,
because I want to forget. You hurt me. My feelings are hurt. Once I forgive you, I can forget now because you're not that important to me at that point. I'm done.
Carry that burden of hate or angry or hurt or. I know exactly what you mean because I went through something with the family. When Mom passed away, my wife didn't understand why I was thinking a certain way, and and I explained to her about Dante, the Count of Monte Cristo, and she understood.
Count Monte Cristo. Oh, I love that movie.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Oh man,
The 1975 one.
There's one even older than that one. There's one older than
no. The one that was made in what? Oh boy. Where he goes to prison. I ain't talking about the old show about. I'm talking about the Count of Monte Cristo, where he goes to prison. He was betrayed by two friends of his, one friend and one mutual friend.
And then
he goes to
his wife.
Yeah, and his wife. Yeah. His best friend steals his wife. Was trying to steal her before, and he went to that prison. Adhere. Okay, that means you in French. Chateau d'If. And there was never no trees on that island. But that island was like Alcatraz. Okay, over by France. That prison island was compared to Alcatraz over here in the United States. This was made way back then, and he escaped from Chateau d'If and becomes a count. He finds a huge treasure. And this was all back in Napoleon Bonaparte's days. Excellent movie. Anyway, excellent movie.
That was a movie I saw that was made in 1934. That's
you're talking the real old one. Okay.
Yeah. Well, because
I think they had 4 movies.
There's 4 of them. There's a 75, the 2012, and there's one.
Yeah, 2012 is the one. Coin Dragon said Elba, but that's where Napoleon was exiled to.
Right.
And they actually went on the Isle of Elba for their captain. But it was Chateau d'If. That was that prison, not for Napoleon, for the Count de Monte Cristo. His name was Edmond Dantes. That's it, Edmond Dantes. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I was teaching the kids. There's always a lesson in everything that they read, and because a lot of it's pretty dry for them, But when I was in high school, we used to read a novel a week because our school was really strict on academics and philosophy and theology and all that. And I remember reading books like The East of Eden, Steinbeck, Crucible, Arthur Miller, all these different names that that were read in the turn of the century. And they don't read those same books. Like Catch-22, they don't read that as much. Fahrenheit 454, it's a shame that, and I tell these kids, you should read this book, even though it's not required, but it'll help you. And some of them come back and they tell me, man, I read the Grapes of Wrath by Steinbeck. That is awesome. I said, you see the movie with Henry Fonda. And he goes, who's Henry Fonda? Oh, you got to watch that movie. Or a movie like 12 Angry Men with that was back in the 50s. Talk about prejudice and viewpoint and evidence and court drama and jury trial. It was
real movies back in the day.
Yeah.
Real movies.
Thought-provoking things, and that was really what got me going. Because I love movies.
Yeah, I have recently begun to understand this philosophy. I'm going to put it in the chat so everybody has it, but I heard that somewhere. I just heard it. I don't know, I looked it up and I heard it was from Buddha, but I hope I'm saying that right, Gautama Buddha, but I had heard this before. I heard it from somebody else and I thought it was so slick. Anger is the punishment we give ourselves for someone else's mistake. That's
that's like changed my way of thinking about getting angry. I've tried so hard now that when I get really angry, I just try to let it go. Obviously, we're all human, and you will succumb to anger and make mistakes and say stupid things. But I keep reminding myself of this quote. Go ahead, Cajun.
Oh no, I'm talking to myself, thinking out loud.
Oh, okay. Well, it is 2 a.m. I am going to start getting ready to go to bed, guys. I have to work tomorrow, and I need at least my brain on, at least part of it on.
You mean today?
Today, I got to get up in a few hours. I did have fun. Thanks for inviting me, Cajun. I really appreciate your community. I love your live streams, brother. You guys have some good, thought-provoking, great discussions here. My live streams, they're more about the laughs than they are. I start getting serious, and a lot of people don't like it. Some people do, some people don't. So
there's nothing wrong switching from, because you need to laugh. Laughter is one of the things that we need. But if you want to stimulate your brain, that's what I've noticed, that your personality is different on your channel than here. Maybe because we're a little softer tone, but I can get as crazy as you do, because you know how you get a bunch of Mexicans together or a bunch of people that like each other. It doesn't matter who we are or what we are. It's what we do with each other that makes the fun of it. And that's what that's what the coin community was. I mean, that's how I got invited so much. I kept coming back. I would spend with Cajun to 5 a.m, or even Rich Cali, or even
Rich Cali 21.
Yeah. So you're welcome to go whatever channel, whatever the flow is, because that's what's good about searching outside of just coins or just outside of welding or small machines. If you can do everything and you're still interested, what's the harm? You're learning.
Yeah,
I've been knowing Hector for going on 3 years, a little more maybe. I got him to go on live and stuff.
And I was shy. I didn't want to go on camera at all.
And, like, hey, man, come up on the panel, and he was asking me questions about, hey, I went into this house, this family home and all that, and I found this and that and the other. What do I have here? So Hector learned from me and a bunch of others in the coin community,
That's
So,
awesome.
kaboom,
That's awesome.
I got him into going live on his own, with quite a few other people. I was one of the first guys, me and Roadrunner, when YouTube, the Google Hangouts, okay? Google Hangouts, you could have a panel, and then they stopped that. They stopped Google Hangouts with the panel. You have to have OBS. This was before StreamYard was a tickle and Gage's nuts, okay? And so then StreamYard started up, and you can have a panel. So Roadrunner taught me how to do it on a phone to go live without 1,000 subscribers. You have to do your desktop version on the phone. When you're on StreamYard, when you first get into StreamYard, when you're searching for it, you click on that site. You go down, you hit the 3 buttons on the right, and you just scroll up, and there's a little box you check for the desktop version. Click that, and then you got to navigate your way on the phone. You got to make it smaller or what have you, and then you can go live from a phone without 1,000 subs, that you don't have on YouTube. You go to StreamYard on a phone or a tablet. A laptop don't count. You could go live through YouTube on a laptop or desktop. So everybody went to StreamYard on their phones doing that. And me and Roadrunner got a lot of people started on coin auctions and going live, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
I didn't know how to do anything. I didn't know how to do anything. I mean, I'd done at school, but it wasn't the same thing at home because to set it up.
Well, I have to tell you this, and this is well known. The tool community was a little toxic, and has always been a little toxic. There's been some fights there, some big fights, and some drama, drawn out drama and issues, and but it's the community I wanted to be in because I like tools, and I started getting involved, and didn't really know much more about any other communities, so I'm happy to get in here. I gotta at least start collecting at least one coin so I could really start talking about coins so that you guys don't think I'm just here for the fun of it.
I'll tell you what, Ed. Okay, you know my email address.
Mm-hmm.
All you gotta do is send me your physical mailing address to your house or your P.O. box or whatever you got, and I'll send you a few things. And it will knock your socks off.
Okay, cool. I'll do that. I'll send it to you guys. You guys.
And then put your phone number in there too, in case I need to get a hold of you for some oddball reason.
Anytime, yeah. You guys can call me, man.
Cajun was one of the first ones that gave me his phone number when I first started with YouTube. One of the first guys.
Yeah, I've helped a lot of YouTubers like Parstroke Jude when he first started out. He had lots of questions. We would hang out on after his live streams for hours while I was showing him on the computer how to set up his videos, what he needed to do on his videos, like put in the description, put in the keywords, and do all that stuff. I've done that before, and people in the tool community were like, "What are you doing? You're enabling your competition. What are you, crazy?" And I'm like, I don't care if he gets more subs than I do or gets bigger than I do. This is for fun for me. I already have a career. This is what I do for fun.
Hey, I did make a while back small engine repair videos and little small how-to tips and tricks to get your lawnmower running. Instead of bringing it to somebody that's going to charge you $100 or $50 to fix your push lawnmower, and you can do it on a budget, or free. Just it takes a 1/2-inch wrench, a little carburetor spray, and this and that and other, and boom, you back up and running again. So for $5, you got your lawnmower run, your push mower run. Yeah, and people out there, man, why are you telling everybody your secrets and all that? That's going to dig into your business. I'm like, no, man. Hey, nobody from Washington or Oregon or California or Arkansas is going to bring me their mower. I'm just trying to reach out to the people out there, and make an effort. And I was on a lawn site, the forum, lawn site, and lawnmower forum. Okay, I helped, hundreds and hundreds of people on those forums. Adam said, I recently picked up 12 Morgan dollars in excellent condition, all from early 1900s. A tweaker bought cigarettes with them, and I bought them for $1 a piece. Yeah, you pay face value. Well, if you got how many was it? 12 Morgan dollars. You at least have spot price on silver, so you got 12 Morgan dollars. All right, so 12 times 30 equals what? Do the math real quick, and that's what you got.
Wow.
Yeah. An ounce of silver right now is about $25. So 25 times 12. All right?
What a great find.
There you go. Yeah, a tweaker. Yeah, somebody, he stole them or whatever, but at least you didn't steal them. You got them honest.
You gave him an honest home.
Even if you get a couple rules, if you remember anything that is clad, it would be nickels. Anything before 64 the dime, the quarter, the half dollar, they're 90% silver.
Right.
65
64 and before. 64 and before is 90%. On dimes, quarters, and half dollars. Now, after 64, 1965, 1966, 1967, 68, 69, and 70, your half dollars are 40% silver.
Wow.
And for example,
That's only on half dollars, though. You know.
for example, a roll of let's say silver dimes, there's $5, right? There's 50 in there. Well, they're each worth $1.80 to $2, depending on the fluctuation of the silver price for spot. So you're looking at, let's see,
$100.
$100.
You're looking at, well, okay, $100 for a roll of silver dime. $100 minimum. Actually, Big T Coins last night in his auction, he sold a roll of silver dimes on an auction for, I think it was $85, $90. $90 for a roll of silver dimes. It was mixed with rosies and mercury dimes. That went too cheap. If I'd have had the money, I'd have went to 100, because wholesale, to me, from my coin dealer, wholesale would be like $100 and I think $35, something like that there. Adam said, I collect a little silver. I have about 30 sleeves of dollars, couple hundred face value in quarters. Don't know much about the coins, but I like having silver and gold. Everybody does. Adam, everybody does. But if you got silver quarters, 1964 and below, okay, which would be the Benjamin halves. I mean the halves I'm talking about. The Kennedy halves were 1964. That was the only 90% half dollar Kennedy, 1964. Below that, you got Benjamin Franklin and the Walkers. Oh, here we go. I can show that off right quick. There's a half dollar Walker. That's a 1943. All right. And there's a 1964 Kennedy. That's a 90%.
A Kennedy half dollar 1964 is $8.52 in today's spot.
Yeah. So you're looking at $16 right there for a buck. Just in melt value.
Now, when you get into varieties and errors, that's, oh man, that's,
yeah. And key dates. And key dates. Key dates. So, oh man, look.
So
now you're talking about some Lajon.
So what if you're a little lazy and want to get a good kickstart? Like, I'm willing to buy some rolls of something. Just buy a roll. Where can I go get it in? Not an expensive price, but not a cheap price. You know, a fair price. You know,
hey,
something
okay.
decent.
Well, I got 5,000 wheats. I'll give you as much as I can from 1940 to 1958 to start you off.
I mean, I'll give you cash for them. You don't have to give them to me.
I got plenty of them. What you helped me the other day with my computer, I would have probably spent more than that just in your time. You know, if I was billed for it. So no, don't worry about it.
Oh man, I'm
get started there.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's cool.
Get with Hector, send him an email, or Hector emails you, and hook up. There you go.
Yeah, we traded numbers earlier today. He's got my number.
That'll work. That'll work.
Well,
so anyway, I told you earlier, Ed, send me an email with your number, and I just might have something you might be interested in.
Oh, okay. Well, guys, I'm going to call it a night. I do got to go to bed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you guys. Everybody out there in the coin community, thank you. You guys are really cool people, man. I like hanging out. I like the vibe here. I feel like I smoked a little bit of weed and chilled out with everybody here. Everybody's so cool here.
It's endorphins in your brain right now. They're in flux.
Yeah, everybody seems.
Don't light one up because I can't stand the smell of that crap.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Everybody is so chill
Yeah,
here.
no, I know.
Everybody-
I just can't stand the smell of it. My daughter
Yeah.
does that crap, and I'm like, hey, get away from me with that. You know, it stinks.
All
More
right,
like
guys.
a damn skunk polecat.
Oh, that's the skunky stuff. No, you need the good stuff. All right, guys.
No.
Have a great one. Have a good night.
Adam
care.
said it's a gumbo. All right, Ed. Appreciate
All right,
you.
Ed.
And
Don't
the
go
old
hard on
coming
my
up,
guy.
buddy.
I'm signing off, guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Good night.
Plutarch.
Pluta.
All right.
Wow, we've been out here for 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Adam said, it's the gumbo, laughing out loud.
Oh, my wife today made
Yeah.
tacos today. Flautas. Oh, jeez. I'm still full from it.
I ate shrimp and crab gumbo last night,
So did I.
And-
We had steak last night.
and Missy brought her mama some gumbo today, and I'm like, wait a minute. You brought your mama some gumbo? You didn't bring her that blue container that big around, did you? But that full. She said, no. I had mama gumbo separate. I'm like, oh, good deal. She said, I did take a couple of crabs out of it, though. I'm like, oh, man. She said, you got plenty of crabs. Don't worry. Because last night I ate, I don't know, about 5 crabs and, I don't know, about 25 shrimp in
Oh
my
my
gumbo.
God.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So at least she saved me a few more crabs, like for tomorrow, you know. Because after tomorrow, I'm going to eat the rest of that gumbo, and then the rest of it just going to go out, you know.
Hey, Cajun, do you know what ceviche is?
What?
Ceviche.
Ceviche.
Yeah.
That sounds familiar.
It's nothing but fish, clams, mussels, and a Mexican sauce.
Oh, okay. Well, that must have been what my buddy was talking about. I hired a guy named No Way. That was his first name, No Way. N-O-E, but they pronounced it No Way. He's from Mexico.
No,
N-O-E, Noe. And his wife was Jenny, but he said Henny all the time. And she was from Honduras. But he was a carpenter helper on my crew. And he went fishing and caught some fish, and he made a fish stew. Well, he cut the fish up and all that and put the heads in the stew too with the eyeballs and everything. It was a good fish stew, don't get me wrong, but I didn't suck the eyeballs out the fish's head like you.
Yeah, that's not something I would do either.
Yeah. So, but anyway, he was a good Mexican guy, you know, Spanish guy. You know, his wife made tortillas every day. Every day she made tortillas.
He's lucky because most people of my heritage do not like to make tortillas anymore.
His wife Jenny made them, and you know, I would get like 4 or 5 a day if I wanted them. And I mean, I love tortillas, soft tortilla shells like she made. I love them. You know, you scoop up gravy with them or some beans or whatever. You know, you just tear a piece of that tortilla off, and you don't need no fork. You know, you just grab your beans with that piece of tortilla shell and eat. Yeah.
I didn't start using forks really a lot until I was in high school or college.
There you go. You
Alexander.
used tortilla shells, didn't you? What's up, Alexander Smith?
What is it? 8 o'clock in the morning over there right now? Yep, it's 8 o'clock. 8:30 almost, I should say. Man, that was a good brainstorm. I like that. That was interesting. Getting all that information about VLAN and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because once I set up that room, it's going to be where I can work on my RC cars. I can work on working on my remote control planes, my coins, my artwork, all that stuff. That's going to be my my
Okay,
hobby.
what frequency is your RC cars?
Oh, geez. You had to ask me that. I don't know
Okay.
at the moment.
Well, okay, RC cars years ago, and I was going to bring this up earlier when somebody brought up the Citizens ban and that, and I forgot all about it. But RC cars, when I was a young fella, were on 27 megahertz, which is on the CB band. And it was they had the RC channels on the CB band, which was it was 27. There was one at the 20 lower upper 26 megahertz, and then the rest of them were in 27 megahertz. There was one between 3 and 4, and one between I think 11 and 12, and I know between channel 19 on the CB and channel 20 on the CB, that was an RC channel because I would be on a CB radio at the park, and I had an amplifier, and I'd key up on channel 19 with my amplifier, and I'd make that plane go crazy, and I'd let off the key, and the guy had control back to his airplane. I didn't want him to wreck it or anything, but it was fun watching them. You know, like what the heck's going on here?
I used to have a CB when I first got my car back in 76 or 75, I think it was. And my handle was Mr. Blue Z.
Mr. Bluesy, go ahead.
Yeah, I used to drive a Datsun 240Z. You know, it was blue in color.
I had a Datsun B210 GX Sport Style SS at one time.
Boy, if you had a Datsun 510,
I think I was 16 years old. It was a Datsun B210 GX SS Sport Style. I had the dish magnesium mags on it,
the dog bolts,
and I had the 70s tires on it, the 70 series tires, and I had that 4-cylinder in there. And look, hey, and it was a standard, a 4-speed. Let me tell you something. That was one of the best cars I ever had.
The 510 was pretty nice. As a matter of fact, in California, if you have a 510 Datsun and you have it cleaned up and fixed up, they're like $45,000 here.
Kill.
And I mean cleaned up. That means with air intake, RAM, and use dual carbs, and I mean, it is a one quick little mother.
Yeah. Yeah, Adam said those old Datsuns are big money now. Yeah, I still wish I had mine.
Well, even the
mine was a fastback. Mine was a fastback. You had that that lid that would open up like a wide window. Well, you know that back lid would open up, and the back seats. The front seats were there, and you could fully recline them all the way back. Man, that was an awesome little car. Man, I wish I still had that thing.
Adam, do you know what 240Z is?
A 240?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember the 240 and the 280s.
Yeah, I bought the last year's 73 240s, and it was built in I'm trying to remember, December of 72, but it was sold as a new car in 73. and I had it clean like you wouldn't believe. People remember me to this day that I used to have that parked in front of my workplace, and I had it for years, and I wish I still had it. Now that same car, if you got a 70 or a 69 240Z with certain vents, man, they're like $75,000 now.
I remember the 240 and the 280. They didn't have a 260, I don't think. They went from 240 to 280, I think, on the numbers.
Adam, you're right. The Broncos, they're expensive nowadays.
Oh, Broncos. Ford Broncos?
Oh, yeah.
The one you take the hack off the back,
Yep.
the top off on the backside?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love those. I did. That was some good truck. Oh, yeah. And then those Z's and then a 300Z. Yeah, I remember the 300.
No, the ZX. Yeah.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine drives a 370, and he's thinking about getting the new one, and I think it's a 400 something.
I remember when you could skip from 25 and 27 megahertz. Adam said that. Okay, what do you mean by you could skip from 25 and then 27 megahertz? What do you mean by that?
Let me go check my RC, see what the megahertz is on.
Yeah, I don't know if he's talking about the RC cars or because way back when CB came out, you could get lower than channel 1, which was 26,965, I think, 26,965 megahertz. But the old CBs didn't go down to 25. In fact, I've got a few radios, ham radios over here that don't go down to 25 megahertz. They'll go way down to in the 26 megahertz. On the Datsun B210, when the universal joint is gone, you have to replace the whole drive shaft. Yeah, but I didn't mess my car up that much for that. And they were rear wheel drive. Oh, some of the RC cars had a switch. You can flip them back and forth to the different frequencies. Okay. Like that schematic I was showing earlier. This one right here. That right there, that's a ham radio. Well, if you want to call it a ham radio, it goes in all the ham bands with the CB channels on it. But that goes down to 26, the lower 26, and goes all the way up to 29. They have 8 bands. I want to say it's 8 bands. There's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And it's a 7 or 8 bands with 40 channels on each band. I know it goes up in the 30 megahertz range.
I looked at my RC car, Cajun, and it's a 27 megahertz.
27? Okay. Does it say which one? 27.
It's a 6 channel.
Yeah. Well, you have 5. You have 5 channels or 6. Well, you have 5 channels that are hidden in a CB radio. Between 3 and 5, I want to say 11 and 12, 19 and 20. There's 5 hidden channels in a CB radio, and those were reserved for RC. That's why we call them the RC channel. Does it say what frequency? 27 195?
No, this is the box. That's all.
Okay. All right. That was back in the day of Tandy Corporation. Radio Shack, more than likely.
No, this one was made by Rhino.
By who?
Rhino.
Rhino. Okay. How old is it though?
35 years old.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. That's back in the CB days. You know. Now a lot of your RCs are I'm gonna say in 100 megahertz range or something like that. Closer to the VHF Marine band.
Have you ever heard of Top Flight? Is it Top Flight? Hold on. There's a RC plane channel that I go to all the time, and man, they make them out of, I couldn't believe some stuff that they fly toasters. Sometimes they fly things like you wouldn't believe, and they get them flying, you know. And they use everything's electrical, all electrical motors, all battery packs. No more gas. It's a lot cheaper.
Okay.
A lot cheaper too.
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine used to do the boats, the RC boats, and they had
cool.
little bitty 90 90 cc's or something. Not cc's.
No, that's a big one.
Yeah, 90 something on those little boats, and they'd run them in Lake Charles. You know, in Lake Charles when it was calm, and they'd have competitions and all that. Oh boy, man, those things that do like 50, 60 miles an hour. Let's see. Adam said, I got a neighbor with antennas up in his trees that are well over 100 foot tall. Yeah.
I believe that.
And I've got a bunch of coax. But the coax I have is a military grade. And that stuff is like $4 a foot. Okay. So I wasn't about to spend that much money on a piece of coax, one length of coax. You know, it's no loss coax. It's 50 ohm coax. But my neighbor has a tree that's about 80 foot tall. And he told me, yeah, you can put your antenna up in there. But when I bought my coax, I'm like, no, I'm not going that high just to talk with a buddy of mine in New Iberia. Okay. So no, it's not RG11. No. I'll get you the numbers in a minute, Adam. And this stuff is so thin, so small. Okay. At 100 foot, there's like hardly no loss. It's double shielded. Like I said, this is military cable. Anyway, so I've got my antenna in. I've been having it here for, I don't know, 7 or 8 months. I just need to decide where I'm going to put the antenna, where I'm going to put, because my electronics bench is over here. Okay. Money Maniac seen my electronics bench. And all my electronic test equipment is not on there. I have an oscilloscope and other signal generators in the spare bedroom. I've got a GW Instax that it's 200 megahertz oscilloscope, 2-channel oscilloscope. RG11 is about the size of 4-gauge wire. Well, let me go get a couple of pieces of coax. Take over the chat, Hector. I got to go lean off the dock for a sec, and then I'm gonna grab a couple of my test cables that go from my signal generators to my frequency counters and all that. Yeah, I'll be right back. Take a
Hey, Adam, I'm in California, and it's what is it? It's 12:37 here. Are you talking about getting a ham radio, or are you talking about astronomy, or what, Adam? Let me refresh this. Yeah, I understand that. Sometimes I'm in the daytime. I work on this, or even talk to people online. But it makes it easier when there's no one in the living room. That's why I want my office set up so I can set up my hobby room so I can do all my chatter in there too. Oh, well, I'm into, let's see, movies, collecting cars, collecting coins, working on my cars, working on the truck. What else? Home repair, DIY stuff. And he's back.
Yeah, I need to see if I got a number on this cable. It looks like Johnny Best has been in my visor, my jeweler visor. Yeah, he is.
I tried.
Oh crap, that's still too small.
Adam, do you have a channel, or do you do a channel for YouTube?
I have to throw some light on the subject over here. Yeah. Okay.
I need to give me one of these.
Oh, these come in handy for coins.
Oh yeah, looks like it.
Okay, this is one of those coaxes that was military. It's got the BNC connectors on it. Okay. Well, crap. I got these visors on. That's the BNC connectors on this. And you can actually see how thin this is. Look. Well, crap. Hold on a sec. All right. Let's see if I can get my fingernail right there. There we go. See how thin that is? That little coax? I think that's some 316 right there. RG 316, if I'm not mistaken. But this is meant for equipment to equipment, test equipment. And then this, I want to say, I might be mistaken on that other one. I don't know. This is just a little 3-foot jumper, but I got my PL 259s on it. Amphenol, like for ham radios and stuff, with the reducer right there. I made these up myself. I don't know if this is the 316 or the other one. Hell, I done forgot. I made these up, I don't know, a year ago. Let me check out what I got here. Hell, I had that stroke and I can't remember. I want to say that's a 316. Get him, baby. Get that little mouse. Got a damn mouse in my house. Let me check something out here. Take over the chat there, Hector. Take over the live stream. I need to look something up.
Okay. Oh, let's see. Stone Cold Steve Austin 316. Let's see. I hear you, Hector. I am even guilty of a mouth when I shouldn't, but you know how everyone is professional and they all know better than you. Actually, you know, in the coin community, I can't say that for every channel, but I've had some issues. Not a whole lot of them. I can probably count them less on one hand. But for the most part, I would say 98% of the time, I have a good time talking to people from all over the country. I know Alexander; he's from Scotland, I think. I know two other guys that live in England. I know a guy in Austria, a guy in New Zealand. I used to know a person in Australia, but he passed. Who else? Well, the United States, especially, I have a lot of people there. I know quite a few people in Canada. I haven't had anybody from Mexico yet, because I do speak Spanish. And 50-50, huh? Well, what do you think so far of this conversation? I don't know how long you've been here listening to us, but what do you think about our group of people? Boy, I'm getting a lot of lag right now. Tool community, huh? How did you get to Cajun's channel? Did you just follow Ed, or have you been before in Cage's room, or Cage's channel, I should say? $7.10. How do you spend a lot of time in the corner? You put yourself in the corner, or does someone else in the community put you in the corner? Well, I like tools. Matter of fact, every time I do a job or some kind of a repair in my house or cars or a deep well pump or plumbing at the house, or if I don't have the tool, I will buy it, but I won't buy an expensive one if I can get one loaned to me or rent one out, because it's going to only be one time or two times that I'm going to use it. Let's see. No, you're right. But, you know, I've been a teacher for 20 years, and I can tell you that sometimes you have to listen more than talk. And then you respond by certain ways of talking to people. And sometimes they don't understand you, and You ignore them. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to go mute because I was coughing. Boy, she got quiet in the chat room. Okay. My whole life started with my mom. Moved to teachers? I've got this corner stuff down now. I'm not sure what you mean by move to teachers. My whole life, HOL. Started with my mom. Moved to teachers. Now my wife. Is your mom and your wife teachers? Oh, that's 710 said that. Well, 710, if you were to start that channel too, I think you got a channel. Let me see. I think I've been there before. Let me see. 710. Let's copy that and then let's go here. Yeah, you got a channel. 523 subscribers. And Baby Kangaroo Joey Weekend Stay. Videos. 2. Okay. Well, it's funny that, Adam, you say that you have a 50-50 chance in the tool community of experience. I noticed how much calmer Ed came down. He's very interesting. Boy, he got my brain stimulated, working overtime on what we're going to do for my computer stuff. Interesting man, interesting guy. How many people left in the room? 7 are watching. Okay, good. And I got top chat. Let's see. Let me refresh just in case on YouTube side. Nope, I'm up to date. Okay. I think yeah, Cajun's muted. You probably can still hear me though. I wonder what he's doing. David Carlisle, you still there listening to us? Let's see what else is here. Let's see. He's still there, I think. Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Dave's not here? Oh, okay.
Dave's not here, man. Oh, Dave's
He's-
never here, man.
Yeah, he's never here.
710 still hanging out. Appreciate it there, mon ami.
I think Adam is here too. It says you have 7 people listening.
Okay, well, that works.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go through my my registry, my inventory sheets and stuff like that, where I'll keep my my products and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What did I do with those? Okay. Adam wanted to know what that was. Okay, Adam. Well, let me go up, or whoever it was. Let me go back up in chat, and because I was talking about coax.
Hey, Cajun, my wife's calling me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Adam said, "Oscope, just in general, electronics. Oscope, yeah, oscilloscope, just in general, electronics, automotive. Oh, okay. I got you on that oscilloscope. I know it. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Adam. Yeah, nobody bothers you when you're working. No, not RG11. That's what that was, and I think there was another number he put up in there. Because I used to use years ago, 30 years ago, when I had my radio shop, I used Mini 8 or RG8X, okay, which was Mini 8. And I would get the good kind that would cost like, back then it was like 50 cents a foot, you know. Now they got that, oh man, that styrofoam dielectric in it and all that. Okay. And I remember you saying that RG11 or whatever it was, but this one, I had to go through my notes. This one is the RG316. That little skinny stuff. Okay. You can compare this to pencil lead almost. Okay. This is from equipment to equipment. And that's 3 foot right there. That's 3 foot. I could have got away with 2, but you know, you always want to do in 50 ohms, you always want to do in 3. Okay. 3, 6, 9, 12. And this one is RG400 right here. And this one is still smaller than your RG8. This is RG400, the military grade stuff. And I just so happened to get a few feet of that from a buddy of mine in the Air Force. Okay? So, yeah, that's the military stuff right there. And it's flexible and all that. And it's a double shield, silver, actually. 2 silver double shields on that coax. And it has the dielectric on it, which will withstand a lot of heat. A lot of heat. And then I've got 75 foot of that over there, which that's one reason I didn't want to put my antenna, my ham antenna, up my neighbor's tree. Because at $3 to $4 a foot, and I got to run, let me see, 100 feet? No, I don't think so. No. So I'm just going to run a proton antenna that's good from 25 to 32 megahertz, which I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. And then I can make my own. If I want to go to 6 meters or whatever, then I can make my own antenna, you know, out of aluminum tubing and all that. I can make my own. That's no problem there. But when you get into the 27 megahertz area, 36 foot wavelength, and you make a dipole, 18 foot for your top, 18 foot for your bottom. No. And I don't want to be on the flat side neither. That's the vertical side. I don't want to be on the flat side because I want to talk to people on the vertical side. So I just got me about 75 feet of the RG400, and it won't take but I think about 40 feet for what I need to do, if that, and then I can make me some more jumpers. I think I made 5 or 6 jumpers out of that spool of coax I got. And like I said, you know, it cost me a little bit, not much.
Now these wires, I'm back. So are you trying to get a CB ham unit up again?
My antenna.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I already have the antenna here. It's already bought and paid for. I just got to put it up. I'm not in no rush for it because I haven't put my electronics workbench yet up in the foyer. In the front part of my house, in the foyer, when you walk in the front door, I have a room that when you walk in the front door, it goes 12 feet to the west side, and that is 8 foot from the front wall to the back wall. I haven't built my workbench there yet for my electronics workbench. So I just, as y'all seen before, I had one of them fold-out tables, and I take apart a TV, you know, and I'd work on the TV right there. And, you know, I would take the board out of it, the power supply board out of the TV, and then work on it at my old computer desk over there. Fix that, put it back in the TV, put the TV back together, and give it back to the customer. 710 said I'm going to build a time machine at 82 miles an hour. Don't you mean 88 miles an hour? Or you're going to build a better one, 710, at 82 miles an hour with the flux core capacitor. Yeah. So I'm not in no rush to put up my antenna. I have a dummy load that I built. I got it right here.
What's the range for this ham radio, Cajun?
At 30 megahertz?
Or whatever your desired distance you want.
It depends on how the Skip is running on 30 megahertz at 29 megahertz.
Yeah, because I'm seeing some models here that's $80,000 for a unit, and then there's another one here that's a handheld one that's like $200.
Okay. I don't know if you're talking about an outlaw ham radio or what, like for how many thousands of dollars you said?
$78,000.
$78,000
Yeah.
for what kind of radio?
Unidyne. I'm sorry, NIPXLE-5830 Victor signal.
Never heard of that. Put that in chat.
Let me see if I can get the.
Right here, I got a 300 watt dummy load. This is my antenna. That's a 300 watt oil filled dummy load. See the PL259 connector on it? This is one I made myself. I don't have it filled with oil yet. Never used it. But it is 50 ohms. It is a 50 ohm dummy load. Instead of using an antenna, I use that. That way I don't mess up the airwaves when I'm working on a radio, testing a radio.
The link's too long.
No, just copy it, and then when you paste it in here, it won't be that long. It's going to shorten it up.
Okay, if I know how to do
Try that.
Let's see.
And then I got a sampler I built that comes from the radio to the test equipment. I have a sampler I built. It samples signals, and that goes to my oscilloscope to see how clean my signal is. Miss Marita, how you doing? Mr. Vantez, welcome to the live stream.
No, I don't know how to do that. Shoot.
Oh, where'd Hector go? Carlosi, what you doing, mon ami? What's been up? There's Hector.
I'm back. Whew. My wife said she's going to bed.
So what were you looking at?
Some national what was it called again?
I don't know.
National Instruments. PXLE-5830 Victor Signal Transceiver. $78,179.
70,000? 70,000?
No, $78,179.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Spell that out again real slow. I'm gonna type it in.
Okay. Let me go back and get it.
Oh, just put the link in.
if for some reason, let me see, save link. Okay, let me see what it does.
Yeah, just on that top address bar, just highlight it and copy it, and then paste it in the link. In the
Yeah,
chat.
that was too long.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It's going to shorten it up when you paste it.
Okay, let's try it. Paste it.
Oh man, I got a little. What I got right there? A little ingrown hair or something. Oh, I have to check that out.
No, it shows the whole thing. Let me see what I could do.
I'm kind of curious.
Let me see. Golly.
Yeah, once you paste it in chat, it should shorten it up.
It didn't.
Oh, okay. Now, all right. Go ahead and spell out that radio or whatever it is.
Okay.
Set up.
It's capital N, capital I.
Okay. No, I'm just gonna put in I.
Okay. I'm sorry.
K.
No. N-I space
I don't know.
P-X-L-E.
I don't know if I have to do the space. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. N-I what?
P-X-L-E dash
N-I. Wait. N-I. P.
P-X-L-E dash 5830.
Okay. It looks like Niplex 5830 almost. Okay. And what else?
Victor signal.
Victor V.
V-E-C-T-O-R.
P what?
V-E-C-T-O-R.
O-R.
Signal.
Okay. S.
I-G-N-A-L.
All right.
Transceiver.
Okay. All right. See if I can find that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I'll put it in chat. Damn it. Well, I wanted to do that. Okay. Let me copy that. Then I'm going to open up a new tab. Paste it. And see what this thing's all about. That did not match any document.
Okay.
N as in Nancy, I, P, X, X-ray, LE 5830.
It looks like this.
Okay, let me get back in StreamYard. PXLE 5830. NIPXLE. NIPXLE. Okay. Let me reduce this a little bit. Can't find nothing on that. Okay.
Does it come up?
No. Can you share that screen that you have it on? You know how to share a screen.
I thought I did. Let's see. Try it one more time. Share screen. Let's see. Okay.
Let me try to copy what you put right there. I didn't see that earlier.
Well, it's not going to it. Let's see. Window. No. Entire screen. No. Chrome tab.
Apex Waves. Uh, 12 gigahertz PXI vector signal transceiver. Modular Systems, National Instruments, PXI vector signal transceivers.
You found it?
Well, I found under Apex Waves, it's a PXLE-5830. It's a modular system, National Instruments, PXI vector signal transceivers. But I don't know what they using that for. By National Instruments, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I put down videos and it came up.
Including, okay, this is multiple applications, including involving radio frequencies.
Yeah, it goes from 5 gigahertz to 31 gigahertz to 37 gigahertz to 44, 5 to 21 channels.
Yeah, 5 gigahertz to 12 gigahertz with a frequency step size up to 2 megahertz. The instantaneous bandwidth of the RF analyzer is 1 gigahertz. The tuning resolution is 4.5. Now you see right there, you are dealing with, you're not dealing in ham radio right there. Or CB radio. Whoa. Hector lost connection. You're not dealing with ham radio or anything right there. You are dealing with like cellular, you know, satellite, not satellite, repeaters and all that in that area. Went with M14 and hand tape nuts for this bullshit bill. What are you talking about, Anthony? Let's see, I must have missed something Anthony put up earlier. Have a good one. All right, thank you, Miss Maria. Maria Cervantes, with channel, faithful channel supporters. He's down there in Texas, down the Brazos River. He wants to come visit me and Missy, and I tell you what, if she comes visit me and Missy, she's gonna have to teach me and Missy how to cook some homemade tamales. no 710 that has. Well, yeah, it does have something to do with two-way, but it that's mostly on the cellular level right there, kind of repeater towers and stuff. That's just the stuff that goes inside of the electronic boxes, from what I saw in there. That's cords that you pull in and pull out. When one of the cords crash, you pull that out, push another one in. Yeah. Oh, sharing the screen's not that hard. Uh, you just hit when you're live, or if you're in a panel, you just hit the share, and then it'll tell you where to go. Whatever. Oh, there's Hector. He's back.
Yeah, my computer probably got too much RAM and it just crashed on me. So I had to refresh everything.
I got you. Yeah. I saw what you was talking about. Let me share it and see if we're talking about the same thing.
Okay. Now there's another model that's goes up to 5841 model, about the same price range.
Okay. Chrome tab. Here we go. Pick boom. Is that what you're talking about right there?
Yep.
Okay. That right there. Let me get in here. That's modular systems, vector signal transceivers. Okay, that right there does not have anything to do with ham radio
Okay.
at all. That's let's see. Let's see if I can make that a little bigger. There we go. Okay. That right there, two-way for like repeater stations, I want to say, by the looks of that right there. And that way you can add the different cords, put them in or out. Okay. I'm not that familiar with that, but I did see, excuse me, where, oh crap. Okay, here we go. 5 gigahertz to 12 gigahertz. You see, no amateur radio goes way up there. That's all like microwave, like for cell phones and stuff on them towers. So, nope. That has nothing to do with ham radio right there. Not even packet radio. How did you find that, Hector?
I just put it on the ham radio.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've never seen any ham radio like that. I'm going to keep that tab open. And when I talk to Barry tomorrow, now that might be, but he goes through his computer to talk through, like I said, packet radio or what have you. There's a little device that you can plug into your computer. It's what they call them things, a doodle.
A what?
A doodle. A
Uh,
doodle or a noodle or something that you plug into a USB port. I think it's a doodle or something. And you go through your ham radio and then through your antenna, and what it does, it enhances, it's a computer type deal. Well, that might be what that is. But my buddy don't have that set up that sophisticated like that. 710 says a doo-doo. No, it's a, oh crap, what the hell they call them things?
I put a ham radio, and instead I put Toolges band radio. And this is what I came up with.
I forget what they call them things that you plug into a USB port. It's SMD. Oh crap! See, I'm losing my brain sensitivity here.
I thought ham radios you can talk to anybody in the world.
Yeah, you can on a regular radio with the outside antenna. Yeah, but then you can beef it up a little bit with this. Donnelly, or crap, I forget what it is. You plug it in your computer, then you plug your radio in it, okay, and then you talking over the antenna and the computer, and you can that's for these guys that want to talk and then they hit a hit, okay, and you get like 10,000 hits a year. You get some kind of trophy or whatever in ham radio. A Donnelly, you plug it in your computer, you plug your radio in it. If it has that, if you got like a Yazoo or an ICOM ham radio, oh boy. I never was into that stuff. Way back then they called it packet radio. When you can talk to people, you plug your radio into the computer, and you were talking around the world, but it was through the radio, actually through your antenna. But your computer would, you could see what you were doing with that. God dog it, a dongan.
I have no idea.
Dongly. Well, I'll tell you what, if it wouldn't, good God, it's 3:30 in the morning. I got to eat. I didn't know it was this late. A Dongly, crap. If it would be 6 in the morning, I'd call Barry up and ask him about it. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to, let me make myself a note right here. Look, I got a piece of paper. I'm like, ask Barry about the donglet or whatever the hell it is for PC radio. All right, I got that. It's wrote down where I could see it. Boy, you got my brain screaming tonight. Yeah, I know, Luke Duke. You're right, mon ami.
Same
I
here.
remember. Hey, as soon as I sign off, I'll remember it. But it's for computer radio. It's like SMD. because even the small walkie-talkies have the SMD on it. DMS, digital radio. It's something like that. Digital radio something. Weak back attack is back. What's up, Mona Me? Let me go ahead and look this up. Digital radio. Digital radio. I'm just going to put for computer. Let's see what I come up with. SDR. Okay. I think that's what it is. SDR. Crap. Okay. But yes, digital radio something. Or, okay. Well, piss on it. Yeah. You know, it's see, Money Day with the Money Day is on my mind. Yeah. How we say that? Cher, bon Dieu.
You know something, KG, I'm gonna call it a night because you're making me hungry. When you said you had to get something to eat, I started thinking about what's in the refrigerator that's a leftover. I know there's a good steak in there.
Man, I got a new wave oven, okay, that me and Missy's niece gave to us. It's a new wave, and it's round, okay, but that tall, and you can put a whole chicken in it, and you time it, and like for a whole chicken, you time it after you season it up real good. Then you flip the chicken over, you hit the button again, and boy, let me tell you something. That's some fine eating. It's like it's not an air fryer, okay? It's not an air fryer. It's an oven. It's an oven. But the heat comes from the top and then goes all around and then the bottom and comes up. Oh, man. That's some fine eating. And them chickens, them whole chickens come out juicy. Especially the way Missy did it. She stuffed that chicken. She threw a lot of stuff in it, in that cavity. And then she injected it with a big old needle and syringe. She injected that thing with a bunch of juice. Oh, boy.
Okay, KJ. I'll make you call it a night.
Yeah. All right, Mona Me. Appreciate you coming up.
Same here. And, Ed, man's a smart man. I'll tell you one thing. Got my brain cooking. And that's good.
Yeah. He got everybody's brain cooking tonight. Yeah. He did. Yeah. He sure did.
Everyone, stay safe. Clean your hands. Wash your hands. Be safe. Stay healthy. Hug your family. And keep your friends close. And keep your family even closer. Everybody have a good night. Have a good day. It depends on where you're at. And I'll see everybody later. Good night, everybody.
All right, everybody. As always, love, peace, and crackling grease. And we catch y'all Pluto.
See you, Luke, dude.
Later, everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming in. Hector, you too. Luke Duke, 710, Wheatback Attack, David Carlisle. Let me go up through the list here.
Ditto 17. Luke
710, Miss Maria Cervantes.
Anthony Robles.
Miss Anna, I'm crazy. Anthony Robles. Carlos Z. Everybody. Ed, the old tech guy. Adam. Who else was our little instigator tonight? Let's see. Alexander Smith. Oh, boy, I just can't think of anybody else.
EVG was here.
EVG was here. Yeah, EVG Hobbies. C-Mod. C-Mod was in here.
Adam was here.
Yeah, Adam. Yeah, mentioned him already. Who was it that was asking me them other questions about? I forgot what it was. Coin Dragon. Chateau Le Boeuf. No, Chateau Deep. Anyway, boy, I'm going way back up in the chat. Coin Captain. Yeah, David Carlisle.
Oh.
So,
And Jerk.
yeah, Captain Jerk. Yeah, that's right. So had somebody asking some questions, and it wasn't derogatory or nothing, but 710, yeah, EVG, cool. I'm going way the heck back over here. Luke Duke, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we got a bunch. Lady Jacks, okay, and that's as far as I can go back. So I want to thank everybody for coming in. As always, like I said, love, peace, crackling grease. We'll catch y'all. Pluta.
Good night.